Chapter 5678. The mysterious fatty finally showed his true colors. He had taken a fancy to Wang Zhan's sister, but it was Wang Zhan's sickly sister. Wang Zhan's little sister had been frail and sickly since she was young. She always looked sickly, and everyone around her said that this little girl would never grow up. However, Wang Lingxue was already more than 10 years old. She did not die, but she was still sickly. People with such an innate Taoism aptitude would not live past 20 years old if they did not cultivate. If Gu Fei had not possessed Wang Zhan's body with his divine will and discovered that Wang Lingxue had an innate Taoism aptitude, Wang Lingxue would only have a few more years to live. Not everyone could see that Wang Lingxue had such a heaven-defying constitution. There were many cultivators with high cultivation in Black Qilan City. The city lord, Dong Yutian, was a heaven stage cultivator, and earth stage cultivators could be seen everywhere. However, even heaven stage and even God stage cultivators could not see through Wang Lingxue's constitution. Otherwise, Wang Lingxue would have been taken away by those cultivation forces. Even the 5 magnates of the limitless realm would be jealous of someone with such a heaven-defying constitution, especially a young one, not to mention other super forces. Brother, you have to think this through. Don't let a good seedling go to waste. Inside the tent, Fatty said in a serious tone, I say, Fatty, don't try to fool me anymore. Do I look like I'm easy to fool? Gu Fei's clone said impatiently. Fatty was speechless. This fellow was simply impervious to everything. Why was this fellow so stubborn? Could it be that he really had to reveal all his cards? At this moment, the ears of Gu Fei's clone twitched, and a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, teams of soldiers were patrolling the camp in the small valley. After nightfall, the entire valley was on guard against the people of the tyrannical empire taking advantage of the darkness to rescue the prisoners. The capture of the tyrannical war god was a serious blow to the morale of the tyrannical empire. At this moment, the army of the tyrannical empire had already reached Black Qilan City and confronted the army of the East Moon Empire. A great battle was about to break out. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei's clone. Moreover, to Gu Fei's clone, he was just a passerby in this world. He was here to scout for his original body. However, the limitless realm was too big. Even the easternmost region was comparable to a super large world. Even powerful infinite primes did not know how big the limitless realm was, because there were some places that even powerful infinite primes did not dare to set foot in. Throughout the history of the infinite world, it was not like there had never been infinite primes who had died. Of course, the death of a powerful infinite prime was an earth-shaking matter in the infinite world. It was enough to shake up the entire infinite world. Gu Fei's clone was well aware of his mission in the unbounded realm. However, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy for him to complete his main body's mission. Lies was AAAMO, Fei SSMO, SSSS, S, ESS, S, SSSS, SSSSS, SSSSS. It's here again. There's really no end to it. Fatty said impatiently. He had also sensed the commotion. Kid, you've hidden your strength well. Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at Fatty with a faint smile. You're the one who's hiding your strength. Fatty said snappily. Why don't you do it this time? Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. TSK, why should I attack? When Fatty thought about how he had been cheated by this guy during the day, he was very unhappy. It had always been him who cheated others. Who could cheat him? However, ever since he had met this guy, he had been at a disadvantage. Could this guy be his nemesis? Sigh, why are you so insensible? Gu Fei's clone sighed. Hee, you want to play this trick with me? You want me to be your free fighter? That won't work on me. Fatty said calmly. You're awesome. Gu Fei's clone gave Fatty a thumbs up. At this time, a black shadow had actually avoided the numerous sentries and sneaked into the small valley. There were many heaven rank experts in the small valley, but none of them sensed the arrival of the mysterious black shadow. In the prison carriage, the Sky Overlord War God, who was chained up, suddenly sat up. His gaze became sharp and his eyes flickered. Although his cultivation had been sealed by Gu Fei's doppelganger, his perception was still amazing. After all, the Sky Overlord War God was a divine rank expert. However, the area around the Sky Overlord War God's prison carriage was the most heavily guarded place in the small valley. Even the main tent of Princess Dongyue Shui was not as heavily guarded. Therefore, no one, not even a flying insect, could get close to the prison carriage. Only air could get close to the prison carriage. Everyone knew that the entire small valley was filled with hidden dangers. Once Dongyue Shui's sentries were alarmed, it would be impossible for them to attack in the dark. They could only confront Dongyue Shui head-on. If you don't make a move, and I don't make a move, then who will? Gu Fei's clone laughed. I don't care who will make a move, I won't make a move. Fatty said in a determined tone. Is that so? Gu Fei's clone laughed. Don't even think about sneaking up on me. Fatty stared at Gu Fei's clone nervously and became vigilant. Gu Fei was laughing at him, making him panic. Sigh, your reaction is a bit slow. Gu Fei's clone sighed. You. In the next moment, Fatty felt as if something had drilled into his body. Moreover, these things were like thin ice lines, swimming around in his body. Needless to say, he was hit again. You're too despicable. Fatty felt depressed. He had been very careful, but he still fell for it. He could only say that the other party's methods were more brilliant than his. There was no helping it. He was inferior. The consequences of being inferior were very serious. Very soon, Fatty's primordial spirit was sealed by a mysterious force. It was as if he had instantly turned into a puppet. His entire body was no longer under his control. What did you do to my body? Don't you dare mess around. Fatty's divine sense fluctuated violently. Sigh, what are you talking about? You're not a woman. Why would I mess around? Gu Fei's clone laughed. So you're going to mess around just because I'm a woman? Fatty was shocked, anxious, and afraid. This guy was really too awesome. This kind of method was really impossible to guard against. This time, he was really completely and utterly defeated. I'm not a casual person, Gu Fei's doppelganger said seriously. Sigh, brother, stop fooling around. I'll do it. I'll do it, all right? Fatty immediately cowered to the end. You were going to do it anyway. Let's go. Gu Fei's clone waved his right hand. Fatty, who was controlled by his secret technique, was immediately sent flying out of the tent and smashed into a forest 10 feet away. A black shadow was directly smashed out of the forest by Fatty's self-sacrificial attack. Enemy attack. Chapter 56-79. Fatty was tricked again. There was nothing he could do about it. Although he was extremely smart, he was still a far cry from Gu Fei's doppelganger. If he wanted to play with Gu Fei's doppelganger, he would only be playing himself to death. Gu Fei's doppelganger threw Fatty out again. Fatty was smashed into the forest 10 zhang away, knocking out a mysterious man in black who was hiding in the forest. What? Someone actually entered the valley? Dongyue Shui immediately rushed out from the main tent. There's indeed an expert here. The black figure was extremely depressed. He had just entered the valley and was forced out. Expert my ass. Fatty crawled up from the ground and spat out the mud in his mouth. The smell of dried leaves and twigs mixed with the mud made him vomit and almost threw up yesterday's dinner. Wang Zhan, you bastard. Fatty was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You called me a bastard? The voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger rang in Fatty's mind without any warning. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that enough? Upon hearing the voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger, Fatty immediately cowered. He had no choice but to cower. He was afraid of Gu Fei's doppelganger. All right, do your job well, got it? Gu Fei's doppelganger said. Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely do my best. Fatty hurriedly nodded. Swish. At this moment, a cold light shot towards Fatty's face. Pa. Fatty felt as if his forehead had been hit hard, and a burning pain spread from it. What? An exclamation was heard. That mysterious black figure directly charged towards the prison carriage of Sky Overlord War God. Wherever it passed, those who tried to stop it were sent flying. Damn it! Fatty was immediately enraged. Does anyone think they can step on me now? This guy called Wang Zhan is so awesome. It's fine if I can't beat him, But now even a sneaky guy wants to give me a beating. If it weren't for his thick skin and thick flesh, his head would have exploded from that attack. Roar. The fatty was enraged. With a roar, he charged out of the forest like a cannonball, directly pouncing towards the mysterious man in black. Wherever the fatty passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. Smoke and dust billowed. Is this guy crazy? Dong Yue, who happened to witness this scene, was dumbfounded. The others were also shocked. This fatty was too ferocious. This guy, Gu Fei's doppelganger, was a little surprised to see the fatty flipping out. It seemed like the fatties in the world of cultivation were not to be trifled with. If he could not suppress this guy, he would be the one in trouble. Give me your life. The fatty roared and instantly caught up to the mysterious black shadow. He then stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at the mysterious black shadow. Powerful origin energy gathered in an instant, and a huge palm the size of a small mountain appeared in the void. It was about to grab the black shadow in its hand. However, the black shadow instantly sped up, and the big hand grabbed nothing but air. Io, you do have some skills. Fatty grinned hideously and disappeared into the void in an instant. Just as the black shadow was about to reach the prisoner's carriage, a figure suddenly appeared beside the black shadow. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black shadow that was charging towards the sky Overlord War Immortal's carriage was directly sent flying, directly knocking down a tent at the side. Damn fatty! The man in black rushed out and pounced towards the fatty like a ghost. Obviously, the man in black was also angry. Who are you calling a fatty? The fatty directly went up to meet him. Boom! Bang! The two figures moved quickly in the void. Muffled sounds of collisions were constantly heard, and origin energy was mighty. The mighty origin energy ripples directly overturned the prisoner's carriage at the side. The prisoner's carriage fell apart, and the Sky Overlord War Immortal naturally rolled out. Divine-level experts all had thick skin and flesh. The prisoner's carriage fell apart, but the Sky Overlord War Immortal's skin did not even break. However, the Sky Overlord War Immortal's cultivation had been sealed by Gu Fei's clone, and he could not use his divine-level cultivation at all. Apart from his thick skin and flesh, he did not have any other attributes. The Sky Overlord War Immortal fell flat on his face, which made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. I am the high and mighty Sky Overlord War Immortal. Even the Emperor of the Sky Overlord Empire has to address me as Imperial Uncle. When have I ever been so embarrassed? Moreover, the Sky Overlord War Immortal was bound by iron chains, and it was difficult for him to even turn over. His head and face were stuck to the ground, and his mouth and nose were full of sand. He almost could not breathe. If he suffocated to death, he would be the most aggrieved divine-level expert in the history of the Limitless Realms cultivation. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, and that the fatty was so fierce, the Black Shadow seemed to know that he could not free the prisoner, so he wanted to retreat. However, the fatty had suffered a setback at the hands of Gu Fei's clone, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. How could he let this guy go so easily? Want to escape? Dream on, the fatty said angrily as he attacked. Transfiguration Shadow. The figure of the Black Shadow suddenly became blurry, and then with a swish, countless black shadows appeared in the void around the fatty. No one could see the true body of the Black Shadow, of course, except for Gu Fei's clone. However, he did not use his eyes, but his powerful divine sense. Gu Fei's original body was a supreme existence in the infinite prime realm. Even if it was a clone, the strength of his clone's divine sense was far greater than that of a divine-level expert. I don't care if you are real or fake. I will destroy you completely. The fatty laughed sinisterly. The next moment, his body shook, and in the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out of his body. These sword lights seemed to rush out of his pores, and they were everywhere. Countless black shadows were directly pierced by the divine light. This was an indiscriminate attack. No matter how many clones the Black Shadow created, they would only end up being pierced by the sword lights. Sword? Inside the tent, Gu Fei's clone sensed the power of the sword principle that suddenly erupted from the fatty's body, and he could not help but be surprised. Even he could not tell that the fatty was an expert in the sword principle. This guy really hit it well. The sword principle. Could this fatty be related to the infinite sword sect? Gu Fei also played with the sword, and his sword principle cultivation was also quite good. As Gu Fei's clone, the current Wang Zhan naturally grasped the sword principle and was also proficient in it. As soon as the fatty made his move, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan knew that this guy's sword principle cultivation was also quite good. Wherever the sword light passed, a few streaks of blood appeared in the void, and the black shadow screamed and was sent flying. The black shadow turned around and fled. The fatty directly chased after it. Just as fatty was chasing after the black shadow, another black shadow broke through the ground and rushed out. It grabbed the overlord war god, who was on the ground, and soared into the sky, rushing out of the valley. What? Seeing this, Dongyue Shui could not help but be shocked. The black shadow that broke out of the ground instantly disappeared into the night with the overlord war god. Chapter 5680. The Sky Overlord War Immortal was rescued just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden attack of a mysterious person. Many people had yet to react. Wang Zhan, Dongyue Shui went crazy. With a roar, the entire valley shook. Everyone's ears buzzed as they looked at Dongyue Shui in fear. She rushed straight to Wang Zhan's tent and barged in. However, only Wang Zhan's mother and sister were in the tent. Wang Zhan was nowhere to be seen. Fatty stood guard near the tent. At this time, the entire valley was in chaos. The Sky Overlord War Immortal was rescued. What should they do? After all, everyone only had one mission this time, which was to escort the Sky Overlord War Immortal back to the imperial capital of the Dongyue Empire. Now that the main character had been rescued, wouldn't it be over for them? Your Highness, in the tent, Wang Lingxue and her mother, who were awakened, looked at Dongyue Shui nervously. It's fine. You guys rest. Dongyue Shui said and rushed out. Even though she did not find Wang Zhan, there was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. Wang Zhan must have chased after them. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be here? Wang Zhan was a ruthless person who could torture the Sky Overlord War Immortal. How could it be so easy for those guys to rescue the Sky Overlord War Immortal from his hands? At this time, in the ancient primordial forest, a figure was moving quickly with a middle-aged man who was tied up in chains. Wherever they passed, there was no sound at all. Obviously, the man in black was proficient in the art of stealth, and his cultivation was not low either. Soon, the mysterious figure was far away from the valley where Dongyue Shui was. He came to an empty space in the forest and threw the Sky Overlord War Immortal on the ground. Shit! The Sky Overlord War Immortal fell flat on his face again. This almost made him break down. He was the high and mighty Sky Overlord War Immortal. Even the Emperor of the Sky Overlord Empire had to listen to him. The events of the past few days had caused the sky-dominating battle god to question his life. What Sky Overlord War Immortal? Wasn't he still tortured like a dog? The man in black said coldly. You, the Overlord battle god, spat out the soil in his mouth. He was angry and aggrieved. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Isn't it? The black shadow sneered. His tone was very disdainful. You think you're awesome? Then why are you still running? Go kill Dongyue Shui. Sky-dominating battle god roared in anger. My sky-split tower will not do anything without value. The man in black was incomparably cold and arrogant. What? You're from Sky-Split Tower? The sky-dominating battle god struggled to sit up from the ground. He was shocked when he heard the news. He did not expect the sky-dominating empire to ask for help from the Tongtian sect in order to save him. The Sky-Piercing Tower was the #1 assassin organization in the eastern region of the Limitless Realm. It would not be easy to invite the people of the Sky-Piercing Tower to take action. One would have to pay a huge price. Not everyone could invite the people of Sky-Split Tower to help them. The moment he heard that it was someone from the Tongtian Tower, the Overlord Battle God was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. The Tongtian Tower was simply too powerful. It was definitely one of the top forces in the East Pole. Before the Tongtian Tower, the Sky-Dominating Empire and the East Moon Empire were all bullsh*t. They could easily destroy them. If it were not for the fact that the price offered by the sky-dominating empire was not too bad, the Tongtian Tower would not accept a rescue mission like this. Meanwhile, the people of the Tongtian Tower were well-behaved. They would never do anything without value. Therefore, they would only attack the target. They would not care about anyone else. All right, my mission is complete. Not bad. I've gained quite a lot from this trip, the man in black said calmly. The black-clothed person said indifferently. Her voice was clear and melodious, but it was the voice of a woman. Who said you've completed your mission? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the forest beside them. Who? The woman in black roared and waved her right hand in the direction of the voice. A dozen or so faint rays of light immediately flashed through the air. At the same time, a black figure walked out from the forest. The dozen or so rays of light shot out by the woman in black directly struck the figure. However, the figure still walked out step by step. The woman in black was shocked when she saw this. This guy was hit by her bone-piercing, soul-destroying needles, but he seemed to be fine. How was this possible? The bone-piercing, soul-destroying needles were a killing weapon of the Tongtian Tower. If they were hit by a cultivator, the needles would travel through the cultivator's body along with their chi and blood. Then, the needles would enter the brain and directly destroy the cultivator's spirit. The assassins of the Tongtian Tower could easily kill their targets with a single strike. You're that little guy called Wang Zhan? The woman in black asked coldly after seeing the person's appearance. You know me? Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, was slightly surprised. After all, he had only risen to prominence in Black Qilan City for a short time, but the other party had already noticed him. Looks like I can't be so high-profile in the future. It's safer to play the pig to eat the tiger. It's impossible not to know. The woman in black sneered. What should we do? Gu Fei's clone rubbed his chin. What do you mean? The woman in black was taken aback. You know me, but I don't know you. That's not fair. How about this? I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself. Gu Fei's clone said with a straight face. Wang Zhan, are you stupid? Do you know who you're talking to? Overlord War Immortal, who was sitting on the ground, couldn't help but mock him. Haven't you been tortured enough by me, you idiot? Gu Fei's clone didn't take this so-called Overlord War Immortal seriously at all. Who are you calling an idiot? Overlord War Immortal glared at Gu Fei's clone angrily. He looked as though he wanted to fight with Gu Fei's clone. The problem was that he didn't even have the right to fight with his life in front of Gu Fei's clone. One must have the ability to fight with his life. So what if I call you an idiot? Gu Fei's clone said disdainfully. Overlord War Immortal was so angry that his face turned red. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. You want me to introduce myself? The woman in black smiled. Can I? Gu Fei's doppelganger said seriously. It's not impossible, but it depends on whether you want me to introduce myself or not. The woman in black crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Gu Fei's clone mockingly. Her face was covered, and only a pair of big blinking eyes could be seen. Sigh, after talking so much, we still have to fight. In that case, I'll take you down and talk to you about life. Gu Fei's clone said helplessly. Haha, the woman in black laughed. This guy wants to take me down? What a fool's dream. He doesn't even know who he's facing. Chapter 5681. The people from the sky-towering tower made their move. The #1 assassin organization of the East Pole was quite efficient, snatching the sky-hegemonic battle immortal from Dongyue Shue'er's hands. The small valley was heavily guarded, but the sky-towering tower only sent 2 people to kidnap the sky-hegemonic battle immortal. This was a very clever move. However, even if the people from the sky-piercing tower were skilled, they were still targeted by Gu Fei's doppelganger. There was nothing they could do about it. Gu Fei's doppelganger would not allow someone to kidnap the Overlord Battle God under his nose so easily. If the sky-towering tower really did kidnap the sky-hegemonic battle immortal, where would he put his face? Gu Fei's clone caught up, but he was a little surprised. The person who kidnapped the sky-hegemonic battle immortal was a woman, and she was quite capable too. Kid, you better scram. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you. The masked woman crossed her arms and said proudly, Tisk, are you that old? How dare you call me a kid? Gu-Fei's clone said disapprovingly. Haha, since you want to be tortured, there's nothing I can do. All right, I'll play with you. Don't cry later. The masked woman smiled. Sigh. Gu-Fei's clone was speechless. Was he really that weak? Swoosh. Gu-Fei's clone suddenly disappeared on the spot. The black-clothed masked woman's pupils constricted. In the next moment, she tilted her head to the side and a hand grabbed her face, almost ripping off her veil. Kid! The masked woman's figure suddenly blurred, as if she had become one with the void around her. Then, a fist directly punched through the blurry figure of the masked woman in black, and the figure immediately dissipated into the void. Gu-Fei's doppelganger appeared where the black-clothed masked woman stood. Interesting. Gu-Fei's clone also disappeared on the spot. Swoosh. Just as Gu-Fei's doppelganger disappeared, a cold light suddenly appeared and cut the afterimage left by Gu-Fei's doppelganger into two. The two of them moved quickly in the open space in the forest, exchanging blows at lightning speed. Their speed was extremely fast, but they were actually unable to touch each other. These two, Ba Qian-Kuan, who was sitting on the ground, was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't catch the movements of these two fellows. Sky-dominating war god had no choice but to admit that the combat power of these two people was above his. It was not an injustice for him to lose to Wang Zhan. However, he just could not accept it. After all, Wang Zhan was just an ordinary soldier in Black Qilan City. Bam! After a while, there was finally a muffled sound, and Gu-Fei's doppelganger flew backwards. After landing on the ground, it slid several feet on the ground before coming to a stop. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Hee, it turns out to be a little chili pepper. You're quite ruthless. Gu-Fei's doppelganger reached out to wipe the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Sigh, I told you not to play with me, but you didn't believe me. Do you know the pain now? The masked woman smiled. Humph. Gu-Fei's doppelganger sneered and then stretched out his right hand that was behind his back. He was holding a hairpin in his right hand. What? The masked woman subconsciously touched her hair. Then, her eyes became even sharper, and a cold, murderous intent spread from her body. Her opponent had pulled out her hairpin without anyone noticing. This method shocked and angered her. If he had casually poked between her eyebrows, wouldn't she be dead? A layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on the masked woman's forehead when she thought of this. Why? So you've taken a fancy to my hairpin. Why didn't you say so? If you had said that you liked my hairpin, I would have given it to you. You wouldn't have had to be slapped by me. Are you trying to seduce me? Gu-Fei's doppelganger looked at the masked woman with a faint smile. Then, are you seduced? The masked woman looked up and down at Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Of course I am. I found a wife for free. I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. Gu-Fei's doppelganger said proudly. Dream on. Just then, a voice with a murderous intent came from behind Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Gu-Fei's doppelganger turned around and saw another masked man in black staring at him fiercely. If looks could kill, he would have died many times over. Where did this lunatic come from? Did I offend you? Gu-Fei's doppelganger said as he looked at the man in black. It was obvious that this man in black was in cahoots with the masked woman. This guy was the man in black who had been smashed out of the forest by Fatty. Trying to seduce my junior sister? I'll kill you. As the man in black spoke, he pounced towards Gu-Fei's doppelganger. The man in black waved his hands and transparent threads that were almost invisible flew out from his hands, entangling Gu-Fei's doppelganger. A thin, transparent line streaked across a fallen leaf, instantly slicing it in half. Huh. The eyes of Gu-Fei's doppelganger flickered. These threads were extremely sharp. If he were to be entangled by these threads, he would definitely be dismembered. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, the threads that flew out from the hands of the man in black interweaved into a large net and shrouded Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Heaven-splitting sword. Gu-Fei's doppelganger stretched out his right hand and slashed upwards. Then, the large net that was interweaved by the threads was cut in half by the sword light. The man in black was shocked. With a casual wave of his opponent's hand, He had actually struck out an extremely sharp and indestructible sword light. After the sword light broke through the net of threads, it did not dissipate and continued to slash towards the man in black. The man in black was shocked and hurriedly used his movement skills to dodge. Wherever the sword light passed, the soil was splattered and a sword mark that was tens of feet long was left on the ground. Seeing the power of the sword attack from Gu Fei's doppelganger, the man in black was shocked. Even the veiled woman was extremely shocked. This guy's swordsmanship was so powerful. "Junior sister, let's go together," the man in black said to the veiled woman. "Senior brother, aren't you very powerful? You can deal with him yourself. I'll leave first," the veiled woman said as she grabbed the sky overlord warrior god and soared into the sky, breaking through the air. "Junior sister, you." The man in black was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. "Io, the relationship between the two of you is really good. Your junior sister actually abandoned you and fled alone?" Chapter 5682. The mysterious masked woman from the sky-piercing tower actually grabbed the sky-dominating war god from the ground and rushed into the sky, fleeing directly. Trying to escape? Gu Fei's clone was taken aback. With a thought, he also rushed into the sky, wanting to chase after them. He could not let this girl save the sky-dominating war god. If he wanted to settle down in the East Moon royal capital and find a place for Wang Zhan's family, the sky-dominating war god could not be saved. This was his proof of allegiance to the East Moon royal lord. With this proof of allegiance, he would have a lot less trouble in the East Moon royal capital. However, someone wanted to be abused and actually blocked in front of him. "You're courting death." Gu Fei's clone directly slapped him. Slap. The guy was directly slapped away by Gu Fei's clone, directly smashing into the forest. Gu Fei's clone had no time to play with this guy. He strolled in the air and immediately used the desolate steps. With one step, he instantly appeared in the air not far behind the black-clothed masked woman. Then, with a second step, he directly appeared in front of the masked woman, blocking her path. "What?" The masked woman was stunned. How did this guy catch up so quickly? How was this possible? She was very confident in her escape technique. But now, the extreme speed displayed by Gu Fei's flying body was actually much faster than her escape technique. "All right, I don't want to bully the weak, nor do I want to bully a weak girl. Leave him here, and then go back to where you came from." Gu Fei's clone slowly turned around, calmly looking at the masked woman. "You!" The masked woman was really angered by this guy in front of her. This guy actually dared to call her a weak girl? This guy really did not know how to write the word death. I need to let this guy see the power of a weak girl. Gu Fei's clone's expression of not taking the masked woman seriously at all directly angered the masked woman. She was someone who had come from the Skysplit Tower. The Skysplit Tower was the #1 assassins organization in the East Pole of the Limitless Realm. It was definitely one of the superpowers in the East Pole. The East Moon Empire and the Tyrannical Heaven Empire were all trash before the Sky-piercing Tower. Even if they weren't trash, they would still be smashed to smithereens. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. "You're dead." The black-clothed masked woman glared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. "I'm dead?" Gu Fei's clone was stunned. "You've successfully angered me." The black-clothed masked woman was brimming with killing intent. Gu Fei's doppelganger was really baffled. How could this girl get angry just like that? What's wrong with me? I didn't even touch her. How did I provoke her? I say, you can be angry, but don't let go. At this moment, overbearing Battle Immortal spoke. They were high up in the sky, and the sky hegemonic battle god's cultivation had been sealed by Gu Fei's clone. Naturally, he couldn't use his various abilities. If the black-clothed masked woman loosened her grip, he would fall from the sky. If he fell from such a high place and fell to his death, it would be an unjust death. However, in the next moment, the black-clothed masked woman loosened her grip. Shit! With a whoosh, the sky hegemonic battle god fell directly. At this moment, the sky hegemonic battle god directly had a mental breakdown. I actually flew into the sky. Didn't he tell you not to let go? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's doppelganger was also stunned. Who does he think he is? Don't let go just because he told me not to let go? The black-clothed, masked woman said angrily. Gu Fei's doppelganger was speechless. A crazy woman was really scary. You bastards! The sky hegemonic battle god was depressed. He directly fell from the sky and then smashed into the forest. Why is it so smelly? The sky hegemonic battle god looked around and was almost going crazy. There was a series of squeaking sounds coming from the surroundings. He actually smashed into a big pit that a group of barbaric monkeys usually used to poop. This big pit was full of poop, and he was now covered in a strange fragrance. An earth-shattering roar sounded from the forest, reverberating in the mountains and startling countless birds in the forest. This guy didn't die from falling from such a high place? Hearing the sorrowful and desperate roar from the forest below, Gu Fei's doppelganger was really surprised. He won't die, but you're dead for sure. As the black-clothed, masked woman spoke, she instantly disappeared into the void. Golden body protection, invincible in the world. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly roared. In the next moment, a golden figure emerged from his body and shrouded him. This was a kind of mystique that Fatty had used before. Given the eyesight of Gu Fei's doppelganger, he could tell at a glance that Fatty's mystique was somewhat fake. Now, he directly imitated Fatty and used it. Of course, even Gu Fei's doppelganger could not learn this kind of mystique at a glance. But with the ability of Gu Fei's doppelganger, it was not difficult for him to imitate it. The golden figure that emerged from Gu Fei's doppelganger's body roared into the sky, and a powerful wave of essence chi erupted from the golden figure, causing the void to tremble. A figure was directly shaken out of the void. You! The black-clothed masked woman stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger with extreme shock. Sai, you're clearly the one who bullied me. Why do you look so wronged? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the black-clothed masked woman helplessly. You bastard! The black-clothed masked woman crushed a talisman in her hand. In the next moment, she directly disappeared into the void, escaping just like that. Gu Fei's doppelganger was stunned. This girl was so aggressive and looked like she wanted to eat him up. Why did she suddenly run away? What was going on? Could it be that this mystique that I used scared her away? Did she see through this mystique? Gu Fei's doppelganger was even more curious about Fatty's identity. After all, this was the mystique that Fatty had used to deal with the dozen sword cultivators during the day. He had merely imitated it. Although the special effects were exactly the same, it was in fact a fake. Gu Fei's doppelganger released his spiritual force and no longer sensed the aura of human cultivators in the vicinity. The two fellows from the sky-piercing tower had actually escaped, and the only cultivator's aura was the aura of the sky overlord battle immortal in the forest above ground. However, when Gu Fei's doppelganger sensed the scene in the forest, he was immediately dumbfounded. The dignified sky overlord battle immortal was actually being bullied by a group of barbaric monkeys. Moreover, he was being bullied miserably. The group of barbaric monkeys had actually defecated and peed on the sky overlord battle immortal's head. The sky overlord battle immortal was flopping around in a huge fecal pit, and the doppelganger could even smell the stench from afar. Chapter 56-83. Overlord War God fell into a cesspool? My God, what's going on? Aya, damn it. He really fell into a cesspool. When Dongyue Shui and the others arrived, they were immediately dumbfounded by the scene. Was the guy flopping around in the cesspit really the sky-dominating battle god of the sky-dominating empire that even the sky-dominating emperor had to bow down to? No one was willing to get too close, because the smell from the cesspool was too strong. At this time, the overlord war god in the cesspool even wanted to die. Someone go and fish him out. Dongyue Shui said to her subordinates. Everyone's expression was very unnatural. They did not want to do anything, but they could not refuse directly. They did not dare to disobey the princess's order. However, someone had to do it. In the end, Dragon Elephant Barbarian stood up. He led his trusted subordinates and dispersed the monkeys around the cesspool, then ordered someone to pull the Overlord War God out of the cesspool with a rope. The Overlord War God was in a sorry state. He had lost count of how many bars of soap he had used, and his skin was torn. However, the fragrance on his body was still strong. It was a fragrance that could not be washed away. At this time, Gu Fei's clone did not care about this and directly returned to the camp. Everyone was curious why the Overlord War God would fall into the cesspool of monkeys. Could it be that Wang Zhan threw him in? How much hatred did he have? Even Dongyue Shui thought that it was Gu Fei's clone who threw the Overlord War God into the cesspool. Gu Fei's clone wanted to humiliate the Overlord War God in this way. Everyone was making wild guesses. Gu Fei's clone naturally did not care to explain anything, and the Overlord War God would not tell anyone that he fell into the cesspool because he was extremely lucky. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Dongyue Shui's team set off again. By noon, they had passed through 800 kilometers of forest. General Long, how far are we from Flying Cloud City? Dongyue Shui looked into the distance as the team advanced. Not far. Dragon Elephant Barbarian quickly replied. Can we reach before nightfall? Shui asked again. Spending the night in the wilderness was very dangerous. Who knew what kind of crafty plots those fellows had in the dark? Before they reached East Moon Imperial City, the Overlord War God could be snatched away at any time. Dongyue Shui couldn't let anyone save the Overlord War God from her hands. He was of great use to her. Yes, at our current speed, we should be able to reach Flying Cloud City before nightfall. Dragon Elephant Man pondered for a moment and said, That's good. Dongyue Shui said happily. However, she was not happy for long. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the mountain path, and everyone felt the vibration coming from under their feet. What happened? What happened? That is, smoke and dust billowed in front of the mountain path, and the rumbling sounds were rapidly approaching. What now? Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was driving the carriage, frowned and glanced at the fatty beside him. Boss, don't tell me you want me to take action again. When Fatty saw Gu Fei's doppelganger looking at him, he immediately cursed inwardly. Am I the boss, or are you the boss? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. You're the boss, of course you're the boss. Fatty hurriedly smiled apologetically. Isn't that enough? Gu Fei's clone continued driving the carriage. Fatty, however, was extremely gloomy. Gu Fei's clone had placed a forbidden technique on him. Currently, he was completely terrified in front of Gu Fei's clone, and was completely subdued by Gu Fei's clone. Although he found it difficult to accept his current identity, Gu Fei's clone was the boss, and he was only the boss's subordinate. To be more precise, he was Gu Fei's clone's shield. When the time came, he would naturally be the one to take the lead, while Gu Fei's clone could continue hiding. This was the goal of Gu Fei's clone. He wanted to keep a low profile, so Fatty's role was very important. Swoosh. At this moment, Dongyue Shui shot into the sky. She focused her gaze and saw a black torrent rushing over from the mountain path in front of her. This torrent was indestructible, and everything on the mountain path was crushed wherever it passed. A black steel bull? Longxiang Barbarian had also arrived in the sky. He could not help but exclaim when he saw the black torrent charging at them from the mountain path. Hearing Longxiang Barbarian's exclamation, the group immediately became restless. Everyone wore a look of fear. Is this black steel bull something powerful? Gu Fei's clone asked Fatty next to him. Not at all. It's just a savage beast with thick skin and flesh. Fatty hurriedly replied. Why would they be so afraid if we didn't leave? Gu Fei's clone glanced at the panicking soldiers around him. One or two of them aren't powerful. They're only equivalent to the greater mastery of the human level, but their defense is a bit insane. Ordinary swords and sabers won't be able to cut through their thick skin. Moreover, these savage beasts live in groups. They'll move in groups of thousands. Fatty explained. What? Gu Fei's clone finally understood why the people around him were so afraid. Who could stop thousands of black steel bulls charging at them at the same time? Quick, quick, quick. Hide in the forest on both sides. King fast. We don't need the carriages anymore. Dongyue Shui, Longxiang Barbarian, and the rest yelled anxiously. If their team of several thousand were to face the black iron barbaric bulls charging at them head-on, they would be completely annihilated. Only those who could fly would be able to survive. Boss, what should we do? The fatty was completely unperturbed. With his cultivation, the herd of black iron barbaric bulls was unable to harm him at all. Moreover, he did not care about the lives of the others. Fatty, it's time for you to show your prowess. Gu Fei's clone patted Fatty's shoulder and said, What? Fatty was dumbfounded. What does boss mean by that? He wants me to stop the black steel bulls? He's trying to kill me. At this moment, everyone was rushing towards the forest on both sides of the mountain path. Carriages, prisoner carriages, and these large items were directly thrown on the mountain path. F***CK. Save me. Overlord Marshal Immortal, who was in the prison carriage, shouted at the top of his lungs, Save me. The fellow in the other prisoner carriage also shouted for help. As for the dozen or so sword cultivators who were suspected to be from the measureless sword sect, they were tied up and dragged behind the prisoner carriage. No one cared about them now. When the dozen or so sword cultivators saw the black torrent charging at them, they were scared out of their wits. Everyone had escaped, but Gu Fei's clone and Fatty were still sitting in the carriage calmly, as if they did not see the black torrent charging at them. Wang Zhan, are you crazy? Chapter 56-84. No one expected the people in the dark to act so quickly. They had just suffered a setback last night, and now they were back to cause trouble the next day. This time, the people in the dark had actually driven the herd of black iron bulls onto the mountain path. They wanted to use the bulls to annihilate Dongyue Shui'er's escort team. Countless black iron bulls galloped on the mountain path like a black flood, charging towards Dongyue Shui'er's escort team with unstoppable force. Dongyue Shui'er and the other experts directly charged into the sky. They were naturally unafraid of the black iron bulls. However, the several thousand warriors of the East Moon Empire did not know how to fly. Thus, when they learned that the herd of black iron bulls was charging towards them, the team immediately fell into chaos. Under the shouts of Dongyue Shui'er and the other generals, countless warriors rushed towards the forest on both sides of the mountain path in a panic, fighting to be the first to hide in the forest. However, while the people could escape, the carriages and prisoners in the team would suffer. As the mountain path was surrounded by dense trees on both sides, the horses and prisoners could not enter at all. As a result, the carriages, prisoners, and horses were all abandoned. They had no choice but to throw these things away, because if they did not, they would be throwing away their lives. No one wanted to die. Moreover, everyone knew that if they could successfully escort the Overlord of War to the East Moon Imperial capital, it would be a great merit. They might even be able to settle down in the East Moon Imperial capital. The East Moon Imperial capital was the most prosperous and largest city in the East Moon Empire. The people in the East Moon Empire were either rich or powerful. One had to know that not just anyone could live in the East Moon Imperial capital. Ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. As a result, everyone fled faster than rabbits. Very soon, the only things left on the mountain path were the scattered horses and carriages that were filled with various supplies. The most important rations had been thrown away by these warriors. After all, this was a team of several thousand people, a small army. It was not easy to maintain the daily expenses of such an army. These guys are really fast. The mountain path was suddenly empty, causing the fatty to exclaim, They're here. Gu Fei's clone suddenly said from the carriage. He stared at the corner of the mountain path ahead. Rumble. In the next moment, countless black figures rushed out from the corner of the mountain path, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, and rushed toward Gu Fei's avatars with unstoppable force. Boom. Bam. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Wherever the black torrent passed, the carriages on the mountain path were immediately smashed into pieces. It was as if there was nothing that could stop this black torrent. Wang Zhan, up in the sky, Dongyue Shui'er was shocked to see that Gu Fei's clone did not dodge. Wang Zhan's mother and sister were also in the carriage. Without any hesitation, Shui'er took out her East Moon bow, knocked an arrow and shot towards the herd of bulls. Swoosh! The arrow flashed. Boom! The black iron barbarian bulls at the front exploded, but the barbarian bulls at the back instantly charged up. This kind of attack simply couldn't stop this black flood. Fatty, what are you waiting for? Gu-Fei's clone sat in the carriage, extremely calm. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew, startling the horses in the carriage. They neighed and kicked the ground uneasily. Sigh. The fatty jumped out of the carriage with a helpless expression and landed in front of the carriage. Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? He actually wants to stop the Black Iron Barbarian Bulls by himself? This guy's brain is flooded with water. Everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. Even if the fatty was at the divine level, he was only one person. How could he stop the charge of so many Black Iron Barbarian Bulls? Brother, what's wrong? Wang Lingshua's voice came from the carriage behind Gu Fei's clone. It's fine, don't worry. Gu Fei's clone was still calm. At this moment, the black torrent was less than 100 meters away from the fatty. The strong gust of wind blew the fatty's hair to the back of his head. At this moment, he stood proudly on the mountain path as a powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a huge mountain, blocking the black torrent that was charging towards him. This guy. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone still had a calm expression. He had already noticed that this fatty wasn't an ordinary person. Is that fatty an idiot? On a hillside in the distance, there were a few black figures standing, looking at their handiwork. Yes, Gu Ji was scared silly. Otherwise, how could he be so stupid? A black-clothed man on the hill mocked. I bet that he'll be smashed into pieces in the next moment. A black-clothed man said coldly. Haha, is that so? Then I'll bet with you. If his clone doesn't get smashed into pieces, you'll kneel down and eat this thing. How about it? A masked woman chuckled and pointed at a lump of black stuff on the ground next to her. What? The masked man looked at the thing on the ground and was instantly enraged. This guy is too despicable. How dare he ask me to eat sh*t? I wonder what kind of beast poop that thing belongs to. What if you lose? Although the masked man was furious, he didn't dare to do anything. If I lose, I'll give you this divine artifact. The masked woman waved her right hand, and a divine sword flew out of her hand and stabbed into the ground. Okay, I'll bet. The masked man stared at the divine sword with greed in his eyes. Who wouldn't want a divine artifact? Very well, we'll know soon enough, the masked woman said, looking at the black torrent that was about to hit the fatty. The masked man was also nervous. He didn't think that the fatty could stop the Black Iron Bulls. Even a peak immortal state expert wouldn't be able to. Once the Black Iron Bulls were disturbed, they would go crazy and destroy everything in their way. With the golden body protecting me, I'm invincible. At this moment, on the mountain path, the fatty roared angrily. His hands formed a seal, and a violent energy wave erupted from his body. Boom! A golden figure rushed out from Fatty's body and enveloped him in an instant. The surrounding leaves were swept up into the air. The fatty was like a deity that had descended from the heavens. In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, the fatty actually seemed to have a majestic image. Where did this guy come from? Boom! Following a loud bang, the herd of Black Iron Barbarian Bulls instantly collided with the huge golden figure, and a cloud of blood suddenly appeared. Chapter 5685. Fatty was completely subdued by Gu Fei's clone. If Gu Fei's clone wanted to keep a low profile, then Fatty would have to take care of everything. This guy had thick skin and was very suitable as a shield. Fatty was depressed, very depressed. However, he had no choice. He couldn't beat this guy called Wang Zhan, so he could only be a laborer. Rumble. The ground shook. On the mountain path, the herd of Black Iron Barbaric Bulls rushed towards Fatty crazily. Their momentum was even more shocking than the charge of a magnificent army. This black torrent was unstoppable, and the mountain forest shook. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was still sitting calmly on the carriage, controlling the horses. Wang Zhan's mother and sister were very confident in Gu Fei's clone and weren't worried at all. As long as Gu Fei's clone was around, no one could hurt them. Golden body protection. I'm invincible. Fatty roared, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. The golden figure was like a god of war that had descended from the 9 heavens, emitting a supreme majesty. He really did have that kind of oppressive and invincible aura. Gu Fei's doppelganger's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. This fatty had actually held back when he was dealing with the cultivators who had cultivated the sword Dao. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous as they stared at the golden figure on the mountain path and the black torrent that was rushing towards it. Boom! Following an earth-shattering sound, the black torrent directly collided with the golden figure that was standing on the mountain path like a huge mountain. In the next moment, a violent wave of energy swept in all directions. The mountain path was immediately filled with sand and stones, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The trees on both sides of the mountain path were instantly torn to pieces by the energy storm that swept out. With Fatty as the center, everything within a radius of 30 meters was directly shaken to pieces. The powerful storm swept towards Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't move at all. The terrifying energy storm swept towards both sides of the carriage. Even his hair and clothes didn't move at all. An invisible force enveloped Gu Fei's clone and the carriage he was in. No matter how much the energy storm raged outside, he and the carriage did not budge. That carriage, that guy. On the hillside in the distance, when the masked men saw this scene, they immediately noticed Gu Fei's doppelganger. Sigh. On the carriage, Gu Fei's doppelganger's heart skipped a beat. He sighed helplessly. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but things didn't go as he wished. He was being targeted again. The moment the men in black on the hillside noticed Gu Fei's doppelganger had already sensed their presence. Looks like my strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile. However, even so, Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't change his mind. He still wanted to keep a low profile. Gu Fei's doppelganger protected the carriage, but the carriages behind it suffered a calamity. They were all sent flying by the energy storm. Both the Sky Hegemonic War Immortals prisoner carriage and the Large Man's prisoner carriage were sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. As for the dozen or so sword cultivators who were tied to the Overlord War God's prison carriage, they were also pulled into the air by the chains. If not for their high cultivation and strong bodies, they would have fallen to their deaths. The soldiers hiding in the woods on both sides of the road were not affected. Roar! At that moment, Fatty let out an earth-shattering roar that attracted everyone's attention. Buzz! An even stronger wave of Yuan Qi erupted from the Fatty's body. The golden body that protected him shook violently and became as large as a small mountain. The golden body seemed like it was going to walk out of the void and become a real golden deity. The black flood was directly blocked, and countless black iron barbaric bulls that slammed into the golden figure were directly turned into clouds of blood mist. In just a short while, hundreds of black iron bulls had already died. However, the black iron bulls were still charging forward madly. They couldn't stop at all. Dong Yue, Shui and the others in the sky were shocked. That fatty was actually able to block the black iron barbarian bulls by himself. How was that possible? That fellow was too amazing. Could it be that he was a saint-rank existence? A divine level can block a herd of black iron bulls? On the distant hillside, the black-clothed men were also dumbfounded. Ba Hong, you've lost. Eat that thing. The masked woman pointed at the black shit on the ground and said to one of the masked men. What? The masked man called Ba Hong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. It's just a joke. You don't have to be so serious. Ba Hong said hesitantly. SK. The masked woman sneered. Do you people from the tyrannical Sky Empire treat your words as farts? The masked man called Ba Hong was both shocked and furious. What? Still not eating? Do you want me to feed you? The masked woman's voice instantly turned cold, and there was a hint of killing intent in her tone. If you're willing to bet, you have to be willing to accept your loss. If I lose, you'll get my divine sword. Unfortunately, it's not fated with you. The masked woman's voice became even colder. Can you give me some face? A middle-aged man in black suddenly said, Tisk, give you face? Do you think you have any face here? The masked woman sneered. The middle-aged man's expression immediately became awkward. Are you going to eat it or not? The masked woman was a little angry. Granduncle. The young man called Ba Hong looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, don't go too far. The middle-aged man's expression became very unsightly. Ha ha! The masked woman laughed loudly. So what if I'm bullying you? Can't you afford to? You, Ba Hong, and his granduncle were shocked. They were furious, but they didn't dare to show it because they couldn't afford to offend this masked woman. Ba Hong, you'd better eat shit obediently. Don't anger our junior sister. If she gets angry, even I'm afraid. A masked man beside the masked woman suddenly said. Ba Hong and his granduncle didn't say anything. The atmosphere on the hillside became very tense. Aya, what are you guys doing? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, another person appeared on the hillside. It's you? When they saw who it was, everyone on the hillside was shocked. This person was Wang Zhan. Wasn't he on the distant mountain path? Why did he suddenly appear here? The veiled woman abruptly looked up the mountain path and saw that Gu Fei's clone was in the carriage. The coachman's seat was empty. So fast, so powerful. Chapter 5686. It's you guys again. Just as the fatty was fighting against the black iron barbaric bulls, Gu Fei's clone suddenly appeared on the hill where the mysterious black-clothed man was. Gu Fei's clone realized that the location of the hill was really good. Standing here, he could see the exciting scene unfolding on the mountain path ahead. These guys really know how to pick a place. It seems like these guys are stirring up trouble again. They even found a good place to watch the show. Wang Zhan, the masked woman, was taken aback when she saw Gu Fei's doppelganger. What are you guys doing? Is someone trying to eat sh*t? Gu Fei's clone crossed his arms and looked at Ba Hong with a smile that wasn't a smile. This sword isn't bad. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he walked forward and reached for the divine sword that was stuck in the ground. Oomph! The masked woman waved her right hand, and the divine sword that was stuck in the ground flew up and was grabbed by her. My things aren't that easy to take. The masked woman stared at Gu Fei's clone and said, Is that so? Gu Fei's clone smiled and didn't say anything. The masked woman then glanced at Ba Hong and said, What are you waiting for? Why aren't you eating that thing on the ground? Ba Hong looked at his granduncle. However, his granduncle directly turned his face to the side. Chick, this is a little too much. You're actually forcing people to eat sh*t. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. This girl's taste was too heavy. Does this have anything to do with you? Wait, what did you say just now? What did you call me? The masked lady in black furrowed her brows as she glared at Gu Fei's clone. F***ck. Looks like I'm out of luck. I've met a tigress. Gu Fei's clone looked at the masked woman in ridicule. Wang Zhan, do you know who you're talking to? You're simply courting death. Ba Hong angrily shouted at Gu Fei's clone. Hey, what's wrong with you? This chick is already forcing you to eat powder, and you're still helping her? You're really a dog. Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. What did you say? In front of the young miss, you are nothing. Ba Hong pointed at Gu Fei's clone's nose and scolded. Sigh. Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly. A moment later, he appeared in front of Ba Hong with a whoosh. Pa. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his hand and slapped Ba Hong's face. Ba Hong let out a blood-curdling scream and staggered a few steps to the side. He opened his mouth and spat out a few bloody teeth. The left side of his face immediately swelled up, and an incomparably clear palm print appeared on his face. Holy shit! Ba Hong opened his mouth to curse again. Pa. You, Pa. No, Pa. Gu Fei's doppelgangers immediately slapped the guy a dozen times, causing him to become muddle-headed and swollen like a pig's head. Wang Zhan, you're courting death. Ba Hong's granduncle could not stand it anymore. Ba Hong was a member of the Sky Tyrant royal family after all. Although he was a good-for-nothing, how could he allow an outsider to bully and humiliate him like this? He roared angrily and directly grabbed the hilt of the saber at his waist. He was about to draw his saber and attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, a figure flashed and Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly appeared in front of him. With a stretch of his left hand, the doppelganger directly put the saber back into its scabbard. Pa. Gu Fei's doppelganger's right hand danced left and right, directly rewarding the middle-aged man in black with a dozen slaps. After that, the figure flashed and Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly retreated 2 zhang away. He stood with his hands behind his back and indifferently looked at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on the masked woman. The masked woman and her senior brother were dumbfounded by this scene. They originally thought that they had underestimated Wang Zhan. Who would have thought that not only did they not underestimate Wang Zhan, but they also severely underestimated him. Gu Fei's doppelganger's moves were smooth like flowing water. After he was done, Ba Hong and his granduncle became swollen like a pig. Ba Hong was enraged. His name was Ba Hong, and his cultivation was all on the saber. Now, he had not even drawn his saber out of its scabbard and was already swollen like a pig. His mouth moved and directly spat out a few teeth. You what? Are you not convinced? Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. Do you think I can be convinced? Ba Hong was enraged. Yes. Gu Fei's doppelganger nodded. All right, then I will give you a chance to attack. He beckoned at Ba Hong with his finger. When the masked woman and her senior brother saw this, they immediately retreated. Wang Zhan, you are dead. Ba Hong sneered as he stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. His granduncle was the #1 saber in the tyrannical Sky dynasty. As long as his granduncle drew his saber, his opponent would be killed in one move. As long as his granduncle drew his saber, Wang Zhan would be dead. I am dead? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Ba Hong with a smile that was not a smile. You are dead. Ba Hong stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger as a violent saber aura erupted from his body. He stretched out his right hand and spread his fingers. Interesting. Facing the incoming sharp saber aura, Gu Fei's doppelganger still stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and relaxed. I'm going to faint. Why aren't you making a move? Are you still accumulating power? After a while, Gu Fei's doppelganger was getting impatient. I am giving you a chance to attack. Otherwise, you would have been killed by me long ago. Even making a move is so troublesome. Are you pretending to be an expert? I say, why don't you attack? Gu Fei's doppelganger was depressed. Wang Zhan, why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Ba Hong jumped out once again. The masked woman and her senior brother, who were watching the show from the side, were also somewhat depressed. What was going on with this #1 saber god in the tyrannical Sky dynasty? Was he someone with an undeserved reputation? Ba Hong's aura was still rising. I will send you to reincarnate first, Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he waved his right hand. Ba Hong's head was directly sent flying. Even in his dreams, Ba Hong never thought that he would die. Moreover, he was killed in one move. He was a member of the royal family of the tyrannical Sky dynasty. His future was boundless. However, none of this had anything to do with him. However, with his death, he wouldn't have to eat shit anymore. When Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly killed Ba Hong, it gave the masked woman a fright. This guy is not simple. He is decisive in killing. He is quite a character. The masked woman couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Kill. Clang. Ba Hong's saber was finally unsheathed. The saber light was even more dazzling than the divine sun in the sky. The cold saber aura spread in all directions. The momentum was truly astonishing. This slash could only be described with one word, and that was fast. It was truly fast. In Ba Hong's eyes, his saber had already reached the limit. No one in the god realm could dodge his saber. Chapter 5687. The tyrant blade of the tyrannical Sky dynasty was undoubtedly the #1 blade cultivator in the tyrannical Sky dynasty. He was also the only blade cultivator in the tyrannical Sky dynasty who had cultivated to the divine level. His saber was fine when it was not drawn, but once it was drawn, it was fatal. Of course, Tyrant Blade was not as famous as his big brother, Tyrant Battle Immortal. It was precisely because the two brothers were at the divine rank that they were able to firmly suppress the overlord of the Overlord's Sky Emperor. Even if the two brothers were capable enough to shock the Overlord didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, these two brothers were both at the divine level, and they controlled the military of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The military was filled with their trusted subordinates. If the tyrannical Heavenly Emperor was dishonest, they wouldn't mind changing someone else to be the Overlord. Therefore, the current Overlord of Tyrant Sky Overlord was really sullen. He had to listen to the two brothers for everything, and he was simply a puppet. The fact that the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal had been captured had actually made the Sky Overlord somewhat happy and gloating. However, they had to save the Overlord War God. Even if they knew that the East Moon Empire wanted to use the Overlord War God as bait to catch a bigger fish, they still had to bite that bait. Thus, Ba Dao, the second brother of Ba Qianquan, Ba Tian, arrived. Ba Dao was actually very cautious. He did not hesitate to pay a great price to get the Sky Split Towers people to help him. However, it was all for naught. The Sky Split Towers people suffered at the hands of Gu Fei's clone. Now, Gu Fei's doppelganger had appeared in front of them and killed Ba Hong, the rising star of the Sky Tyrant royalty. He even slapped the Tyrant blade a dozen times in front of the people of the Sky-reaching tower, turning the Tyrant Sky Empire's #1 Saber Master into a pig's head. This made Domineering Blade so ashamed that he wanted to go crazy. Clang! The moment his aura reached its peak, Ba Dao finally made his move. Saber light flashed and saber chi surged. This saber seemed to have come from hell, bringing with it an endless amount of killing intent. In an instant, it arrived before Gu Fei's clone. Ba Dao smirked. He was very confident in his saber draw kill. In his eyes, Gu Fei's doppelganger was already a dead man. This slash was extremely fast. This blade was extremely dazzling. This slash was extremely domineering. This saber strike was indestructible. Even Sky Split Tower's junior sister was stunned by this strike. If a person were to focus on a saber for countless years, the power that the saber could unleash in his hands would definitely be shocking. The might of Tyrant Saber's saber surpassed the expectations of the Sky Split Tower's two great assassins. However, in the next moment, Tong Tian Tower's little junior sister and her senior brother were dumbfounded. Their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. The scene in front of them was unbelievable. The saber light disappeared in an instant, and the chilling saber chi that had spread out in all directions suddenly dissipated. The saber that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth into two have suddenly stopped above the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The blade had already touched the hair on the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger, and a few strands of hair floated down from the air. However, the divine saber that was flickering with a cold light could no longer slash down. It was frozen just like that and did not move. What caused the divine saber to suddenly stop above the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger were two fingers. That's right, two fingers. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, had actually used two fingers to clamp Tyrant Saber's saber strike with all his might. How is this possible? Tyrant Saber's shock was no small matter. He never dreamed that this black-robed young man would be so powerful that he could use only two fingers to clamp his saber. This was a saber strike that he had unleashed with all his might. Even his big brother, sky-dominating martial immortal, did not have this ability. Crack! At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger smirked. In the next moment, the two fingers that clamped the saber's blade exerted force, and the divine saber directly broke into two. Gu Fei's doppelganger casually waved his hand that was clamping the broken saber. Half of the saber's blade directly pierced Tyrant Saber's left shoulder. His entire body flew out and rolled on the ground. Impossible. How is this possible? Tyrant Saber muttered to himself in a daze. Ba Dao murmured to himself in a daze. His opponent had casually attacked, and an invisible sword chi had entered his body, directly crippling his cultivation. He was the #1 saber in the sky-dominating imperial court. How could he be defeated by a young man, and so thoroughly at that? In my eyes, there is nothing impossible in this world. Gu Fei's doppelganger stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This pretentious act." On the mountain path, Fatty, who was desperately blocking the herd of black iron bulls, was incomparably depressed when he saw this scene. At that moment, several figures rushed up the small hill. "Take him down." With a shout, several figures directly rushed towards the masked woman and Tyrant Saber, who was lying on the ground. Ha ha ha! The masked woman let out a crisp laughter. In the next moment, she and her senior brother directly soared into the sky and directly stepped on the air. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. "Young man, just you wait. I will look for you next time to have some fun." The masked woman's voice came from afar. Why didn't you do anything? Did you just let those two escape? Dongyue Shui came to the side of Gu Fei's doppelganger and said unhappily. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not say anything. He only looked in the direction that the masked woman disappeared in and fell into deep thought. The Sky Connecting Tower was a colossal organization. There would definitely be saint-level experts in such a super organization. If the Sky Connecting Tower sent saint-level experts to deal with them, they would definitely be in trouble. What should they do? Gu Fei's doppelganger knew very well that with his current cultivation and battle prowess, even if he grasped a supreme secret technique like the 9 secrets of the immortal path, there was no way he could defeat saint-level experts. Not to mention that the Sky Connecting Tower was an assassin organization. They would not act openly. They were assassins, so they would definitely act in the dark. This was their specialty. Did you hear that? Dongyue Shui said loudly. This guy is actually treating me like I don't exist? This made her very angry. She was the most beloved princess of the East Moon Royal Lord. Dongyue Shui's princess temper exploded. Heard what? Gu Fei's doppelganger subconsciously said to Dongyue Shui, I'm going to die from anger. Dongyue Shui stomped her foot and was about to leave. Tyrant Blade? How is this possible? This guy is Tyrant Hong? At this moment, Dongyue Shui finally saw the black-clothed middle-aged man who was dragged over by Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Feiyun like a dead dog, as well as Tyrant Hong who was lying on the side with his head separated from his body. You actually defeated Tyrant Blade? Dongyue Shui was extremely excited. This guy was the #1 blade of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Moreover, Tyrant Blade and Tyrant War God were brothers. These two brothers controlled almost all the power in the tyrannical Sky Empire, directly taking over the tyrannical Sky Emperor. Haha, Dongyue Shui laughed excitedly. Tyrant War God and Tyrant Blade God had both become her prisoners. This was a great merit. It was not hard to imagine that the tyrannical Sky Empire would soon fall into chaos. Rumble. While Dongyue Shui was laughing, the entire hillside and the ground shook. At the same time, Gu Fei's doppelganger keenly sensed that the aura of the world had changed. The world has changed? Chapter 56-88. Rumble. The entire world suddenly shook. It was very sudden, but the shaking only lasted for a very short period of time before disappearing. However, Gu Fei's clone sensed that this part of the world had changed. The Grand Tao laws of the world had undergone a subtle change. How could this be? Gu Fei's clone was indescribably shocked. The Grand Tao of the world, which was also the change of the Grand Tao laws of the world, was actually not something strange. Given his main body's cultivation, he had long surpassed the human realm and heavenly realm. The Grand Tao laws of the human realm and heavenly realm were nothing in front of Gu Fei's main body. He could change the Grand Tao of the entire human realm with a single thought. However, this was the limitless realm, the highest level superworld that Gu Fei knew of. The Grand Tao of such a world was not so easy to change. The Grand Tao of the limitless realm should be incomparably powerful and stable. However, Gu Fei's clone sensed a different Grand Tao. Could it be that there were actually different Grand Taos in the limitless realm? How could this be possible? Gu Fei's doppelganger was also startled by this sudden thought. It was impossible for two grand wills to appear in the same world. Unless this world was invaded by another world, like a supreme existence wanting to refine this world. However, could there actually be someone crazy enough to want to refine the entire limitless realm? The thought in Gu Fei's clone's mind quickly dissipated. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, the easternmost region was in chaos. Boom! With a loud sound, a towering devil mountain in the easternmost region suddenly exploded. A devil coffin appeared out of nowhere, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. Endless demonic aura converged into a huge devil shadow that roared towards the sky. Its demonic might was matchless, causing billions of living beings to tremble. In a certain sacred land filled with vast immortal aura, an immortal Tao ancestor who had been in seclusion for God knows how many years suddenly woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. In the next moment, Endless immortal aura surged out from the immortal Tao ancestor's body. The immortal aura spread for billions of miles, causing the immortal aura in the entire sacred land to soar. Immortal Tao ancestor? The demon coffin soared into the sky. At the same time, in some other forbidden areas of the easternmost pole, there were also giants who had disappeared for countless years. This made the giants of the current era unable to sit still. Another reincarnation? A helpless sigh came from a huge palace at the peak of the Wichu sacred mountain in the East Pole. Its master has come out of seclusion? Countless rays of light rushed toward the palace at the peak of the divine mountain from all directions. Tens of thousands of immortals came to pay their respects. Moreover, it was not only the East Pole, but also the South Pole, the West Pole, the North Pole, and the Central Pole. Those giants who had disappeared for countless years all jumped out. The limitless realm's cultivation world, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly burst into an uproar. The patriarchs of the sects and clans that had been in decline for countless years returned, and these clans immediately became powerful again. Then, they went on expeditions everywhere and began to encircle their territories. The entire cultivation world of the limitless realm began a new round of shuffling without any warning. At the center of the easternmost land, the ground suddenly split open, and a huge city broke out of it, slowly rising into the sky. An extremely terrifying might emanated from the huge city, suppressing everything in its surroundings. The huge city was bound by chains, and every chain was connected to the ground. The huge city was bound in the sky, and every chain was pulled taut. Sigh. A figure appeared near the huge city. He stood quietly for a long time before letting out a long sigh and disappearing. The world has changed, and reincarnation has appeared. It's going to be chaotic again. An ancient voice with a hint of helplessness reverberated between heaven and earth. Such huge cities did not just appear in the easternmost pole. The South Pole, the West Pole, the North Pole, and the Central Pole all broke out of their seals and appeared in the world. As the huge cities appeared, the heavenly Tao laws of the entire limitless realm became unstable. Then, a huge spatial crack appeared in the void between the heavens and the earth. It was unknown where these spatial cracks led to. The appearance of each spatial crack caused a commotion. Countless experts gathered towards the spatial cracks, and the super forces immediately sent experts to guard these spatial cracks. Roar! A spatial crack that appeared in the easternmost land stretched across the sky. A terrifying roar came from the spatial crack, and a huge figure appeared indistinctly in the spatial crack. A violent aura swept across the sky and earth. Gufei's clone had not expected this to happen. At this moment, the fatty displayed his divine might, and directly smashed the black iron raging ox fist with his own strength, resolving the crisis. Their team continued on their way. The world has changed. In the carriage, the fatty looked up at the sky, and his expression was extremely solemn. You sensed it too? Gufei's clone looked at the fatty in surprise. He thought that only he could sense the changes in the world, because his main body's cultivation was at the infinite prime realm. Naturally, his perception of the world was also at the infinite prime realm. However, this fatty had sensed it too. Could it be that this fellow was also an old antique? Who cares? This fellow still had his own restrictive technique on him, so he was not afraid of this fellow flying into the sky. Along the way, the team directly arrived at Flying Cloud City. This Flying Cloud City was not as large as Black Chelan City, but there were tens of thousands of citizens in the city, and there were also many villages and stockades scattered around Flying Cloud City. The people here are all tough. When Gufei's clone drove the carriage into the city, he found that whether it was the people outside or inside the city, as long as they walked on the road, they more or less carried weapons. Outside the city, many people wore animal skins. Not only did they carry sabers, swords, and spears, they even carried bows and arrows. However, the people inside the city were much more refined. Most of the people in the city had sabers or swords on their waists, or short swords or short knives on their belts. It's not easy to survive. The fatty on the side. I dare not say for others, but if you want to live, I'm afraid that no one can kill you. Gufei's clone laughed. Don't, boss. Don't say that. You can kill me if you say that. The fatty hurriedly said. In front of Gu Fei's clone, he directly put on a cowardly expression. Is that so? Gu Fei's clone smiled and did not say anything else. At this moment, the team that had just entered the city suddenly stopped. The streets were filled with onlookers. Is this the legendary Sky Hegemoon War God? Even the Sky Hegemoon War God was captured. Her Highness is awesome. Why are there 3 prison carriages? Which one is the Sky Hegemoon War God? Both sides of the street were crowded with people. The news that Dongyue Shuer had captured the #1 war god of the Sky Hegemoon Empire in Black Qilan City had already spread to Flying Cloud City. Therefore, when Dongyue Shuer's team arrived at Flying Cloud City, the entire city was in an uproar. Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way. At the very front of the group, Dongyue Shuer, who had been leading the group on a tall horse with a smug expression, suddenly widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows. She waved her whip and pointed at a young man in front of her. Sister, your temper is still as fierce as ever. Chapter 56-89. The situation in the Boundless Realm had changed. The antiques that had long been thought to have vanished in the annals of history had reappeared. The appearance of the 5 sealed ancient cities in particular made the various heavyweights even more restless. Just as the entire Boundless Realm was in turmoil, the soaring cloud city where Gu Fei's clone was located remained calm as usual. This world-class upheaval had yet to affect the city in the mountains. Even the entire East Moon Empire had yet to be affected. However, the arrival of Gu Fei's clone and Dongyue Shuer caused the city and the mountains to boil. Her Highness has entered the city with the Overlord War God. The explosive news immediately spread throughout the entire soaring cloud city. The entire city was in an uproar, and countless people surged towards the main street of the city gates from all directions. The Overlord War God was a heavenly figure to the people of soaring cloud city. He was an awesome existence that even the Lord of the Overlord Empire had to be wary of. It could be said that more than half of the current territory of the Overlord Empire had been conquered by the Overlord War God. Even the East Moon Empire had always been at a disadvantage in the war against the Overlord Empire. If it were not for Black Qilan City blocking the Overlord Empire's advance, the East Moon Empire would probably have been destroyed long ago. When the news that Dongyue Shuer had actually captured the Overlord War God alive in the Battle of Black Qilan City, everyone in Soaring Cloud City was naturally extremely excited. However, due to the cover-up of some people, the news of Dongyue Shuer capturing the Overlord War God alive had yet to reach the East Moon royal capital. This was because the merit of capturing the Overlord War God was just too great. Countless people were green with envy. Previously, the greatest of the younger generation of the Hu clan, who was also Dongyue Shuer's fiancé, wanted to take away her merit. Now, the procession into the city suddenly stopped because an uninvited guest had blocked their path. Furthermore, what surprised Dongyue Shuer was that she did not even see the shadow of the city lord of Soaring Cloud City. She was the princess of the East Moon Empire. She had come to Soaring Cloud City, yet he, a mere city lord, actually did not come out to welcome her. Was he looking to die? The crime of looking down on the royal family of the East Moon was not something a mere city lord of Soaring Cloud City could bear. However, when Dongyue Shuer saw the well-dressed young man with a folding fan blocking the way, she immediately understood what was going on. Imperial brother, instead of enjoying your life in the imperial capital, you've come here to be a road-blocking dog. If Imperial Father were to find out, your position as the second in line to the throne would be in imminent danger. Dongyue Shuer sneered. When the well-dressed man heard this, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he wasn't angry. Royal sister, I heard that you've captured the Sky Hegemonic Battle Immortal alive, so I've specially come to welcome you. I've already arranged a banquet in the City Lord's mansion. I hope that Royal sister will do me the honor. The well-dressed young master waved his fan and said with a faint smile, Haha, Royal brother Yuan Liang, I've already called you a dog, and you're still not angry. You're really a man who does great things. Dongyue Shuer laughed. Hearing this, Dongyue Yuanliang remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. When Gu Fei's clone, who was acting as a coachman, saw this, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of the well-dressed young master. This person was extremely shrewd, and he was extremely calm. Such a person was either a fool or an ambitious and ruthless person. Since this guy was a member of the Dongyue royal family, and even the second in line to the throne, he was definitely not a fool. Therefore, this guy had the bearing of a formidable character. "Royal sister, you must be joking. Please." As Dongyue Yuanliang spoke, he turned his body and made an inviting gesture. "All right, I'd like to see what you're up to." As she spoke, Dongyue Shui swung her whip. The group continued forward. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers. A group of important figures of the city had gathered outside the gate, and everyone was looking at the street. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness." When Princess Dongyue's group arrived at the city lord's mansion, those people immediately knelt before Dongyue Shui. "Where's Chen Outyin?" Dongyue Shui leapt off her horse, completely ignoring these people. Chen Outyin was the city lord of Soaring Cloud City. He was not a member of Dongyue Yuanliang's faction, but a subordinate of the first in line to the throne, the crown prince of the Dongyue Empire. Dongyue Shui and the crown prince shared the same mother, while Dongyue Yuanliang was born of the imperial concubine. Moreover, the empress of the Dongyue Empire had already passed away many years ago. Moreover, ever since the empress passed away, the Dongyue imperial lord had not conferred another empress. Dongyue Yuanliang and his mother obviously wanted to ascend to the throne. One wanted to be the empress, while the other wanted to be the crown prince. The imperial court of the Dongyue Empire was already clearly divided into two factions. One was the crown prince's faction, and the other was Dongyue Yuanliang's faction. Therefore, Dongyue Shui obviously did not like this second brother of hers. "City Lord Chen is not feeling well, so he cannot come to greet Your Royal Highness. Please forgive him, Your Royal Highness." An armored general walked out from the welcoming group and bowed to Dongyue Shui. "Chen Feng." Dongyue Shui could not help but be surprised when she saw him. He was the younger brother of City Lord Chen Outyin, Chen Feng. Why would Chen Feng appear here? Actually, from the moment Dongyue Shui saw Dongyue Yuanliang, she knew that the City Lord of Soaring Cloud City was most likely done for. With Dongyue Yuanliang's abilities, killing Chen Outyin would be as easy as crushing an ant. It seemed that something must have happened to Chen Outyin. However, if something had happened to Chen Outyin, why would Chen Feng still appear here? This was worth considering. "Royal sister, please." Dongyue Yuanliang smiled. "TCH, do you think I'm afraid you'll eat me?" Dongyue Shui smiled. With Gu Fei's clone and the fatty as her trump cards, she was not afraid that her dear second brother would cause any trouble at all. In front of outsiders, Dongyue Shui and Dongyue Yuanliang were on good terms. After all, they were real siblings, even though they did not share the same mother. "Wang Zhan, come with me. Fatty, you guard the prisoner's carriage. The rest of you, set up camp here," Dongyue Shui ordered. The square in front of the city lord's manor was very wide anyway. It was more than enough for a team of thousands to set up camp here. At this time, the square was filled with people. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the Sky Overlord War God. However, when they really saw the Sky Overlord Martial God, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, they were all very disappointed. Was this old man really the #1 martial god of the tyrannical Sky Empire, whose name shook the world? "Say, you know it's a Hungmin banquet, yet you still dare to come. You sure have guts." Gu Fei's clone, who had entered the city lord's manor with Dongyue Shui, transmitted his voice to the princess beside him. "TCH, with a personal guard like you around, what do I have to be afraid of?" Dongyue Shui replied with a voice transmission. Chapter 5690. At this time, Flying Cloud City looked very lively on the surface. Lanterns and streamers were everywhere. Countless citizens rushed to the streets to celebrate Princess Dongyue's great victory in Black Qilan City and the capture of the legendary dominating war immortal. It should be noted that the East Moon Empire had always been at a disadvantage in all the battles against the tyrannical empire. The East Moon Empire's army had always been oppressed by the tyrannical empire's army. But now, Princess Dongyue had actually defeated the Overlord War God. This was an unprecedented victory. In Soaring Cloud City, Princess Dongyue's prestige soared to the peak. Just as the entire city was celebrating Dongyue Shui's victory, Dongyue Yuanliang, who was also the second-in-line successor of the East Moon Empire, was welcoming Dongyue Shui into the city lord's residence. As Dongyue Shui was escorted into the city lord's residence, Dongyue Yuanliang secretly shot a glance at one of his confidants. The confidant immediately turned around and left quietly. Gu Fei's clone, who was following behind Dongyue Shui, witnessed the entire scene. As expected, he's up to something. Gu Fei's clone could not help but look forward to what this guy could do. Dongyue Yuanliang was only at the peak of the heaven realm. Even if he could break through to the half-step deity realm at any time, it would be useless. In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, he was still trash that could be killed with a single slap. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, there were dozens of tables, and countless servants were busying themselves around them. Everyone, take a seat. Dongyue Yuanliang waved his sleeve and directly walked to the throne in the middle of the hall. He walked with majestic steps, and as he looked around, he gave off a dignified aura. He actually ignored Dongyue Shui and did not order anyone to bring her to a seat. Clearly, he was trying to put Dongyue Shui in his place. Dongyue Shui smiled and did not say anything. At this moment, the nobles of Soaring Cloud City and the people brought by Dongyue Yuanliang took their seats. Some even looked at Dongyue Shui mockingly, waiting to watch a show. Royal sister, sit anywhere. Don't be so polite with me. Dongyue Yuanliang, who was sitting on the throne, said indifferently. Dongyue Shui smiled. Are you sure? Of course, there's no need to be so reserved between us siblings. Dongyue Yuanliang smiled. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. With that, Dongyue Shui directly walked towards Dongyue Yuanliang and arrived below the throne. You, get down here. Dongyue Shui crossed her arms and looked coldly at Dongyue Yuanliang on the throne. What? Dongyue Yuanliang was dumbfounded. Dongyue Shui actually told him to scram? The entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Dongyue Yuanliang in shock. No one expected Dongyue Shui to sit on the throne of the second prince. Dongyue Yuanliang looked around. Sister, this joke isn't funny. No matter how shrewd he was, Dongyue Yuanliang couldn't help but be angered. I don't have time to joke with you. Dongyue Shui's tone became extremely cold. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone, Dragon Elephant Man, and Yang Feiyun also stood behind Dongyue Shui. Only Gu Fei's clone, Dragon Elephant Man, and Yang Feiyun followed Dongyue Shui into the city lord's residence. The others were outside. In other words, everyone in the city lord's residence was Dongyue Yuanliang's people. Has the princess gone mad? How dare she talk back to His Highness the second prince? This is really unwise. Many people in the hall transmitted their voices. In fact, everyone knew that the second prince and the princess were siblings on the surface, but they were secretly fighting against each other. Get down here. Do you want me to ask you to get down here? Dongyue Shui did not take her second brother seriously at all. If it weren't for him slandering her father and wanting to take the number one of the younger generation of the Hu clan as the son-in-law, would she need to run away from the marriage? After all, according to the rules of the East Moon Empire, after a princess got married, she would have to move out of the palace and live in the son-in-law's residence. Dongyue Shui naturally knew that her second brother was in a hurry to kick her out of the palace. He wanted to isolate His Highness the Crown Prince. Dongyue Shui had long seen through her second brother's intentions. How dare you? Although you're a princess, you can't be rude to His Highness the second prince. An elder beside Dongyue Yuanliang, who had been silent all this, while suddenly stepped forward and glared at Dongyue Shui. Who do you think you are? This is a matter between us siblings. Who are you to interfere? Dongyue Shui did not even look at the elder. Sister, don't go too far. Dongyue Yuanliang's voice also turned cold. Didn't you say so yourself? You let me sit wherever I want, so I'll sit where you are. There's nothing wrong with that. Dongyue Shui shrugged and said nonchalantly, You. Dongyue Yuanliang's expression changed several times. He had wanted to take Dongyue Shui down a notch, but she did not play by the rules and dared to humiliate him in public. Sigh, brother, don't pretend in front of me. Don't you just want to take the credit? Dong Yue Shui could not be bothered to waste her breath on her second brother. Dong Yue Yuanliang stared at her for a good while. Haha. He suddenly burst into laughter. It's good that you've laid your cards on the table. Since you know I want to take the credit, why did you obediently come into my pocket? My good imperial sister, are you stupid or what? Dong Yue Yuanliang said with a sinister smile. The hall was immediately enveloped by a murderous aura. Everyone was extremely nervous. I'll be honest with you. Without my permission, you can forget about returning to the imperial capital for the rest of your life. Dong Yue Yuanliang said hatefully. He completely dropped his hypocritical facade, as the merit was just far too great. It was a tremendous merit. If he were to achieve such a miraculous merit, it would not be impossible for the Dongyue Empire to change the crown prince. After all, the position of the imperial lord had always belonged to those who were capable. As for the East Moon Empire, the imperial lord was not the only one who had the final say. As long as there were enough people supporting him, even the imperial lord would have to lower his head. I've already guessed it. Don't you think it's hard for you to pretend? What a sanctimonious guy. Dong Yue Shui had a look of disgust. What are you waiting for? Take him down. Dong Yue Yuanliang suddenly stood up from his throne and shouted at the people in the hall. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Qin Feng strode out. His elder brother was the city lord of Soaring Cloud City. In order to save his elder brother, he had no choice but to act. Qin Feng, you're courting death. Yang Feiyun went up to him. Both of them were in Heaven Realm. Before they even made a move, powerful auras radiated from their bodies. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Bam! Yang Feiyun directly kicked a table. The table flew up and smashed towards Qin Feng. The food on the table immediately scattered. Bam! Qin Feng smashed the table into pieces with a punch. He then took a step forward and threw another punch at Yang Feiyun. The force of the punch was like thunder, extremely powerful. Elder Zhao, don't take this girl's life. Dong Yue Yuanliang reminded the old man beside him. Your infinite sword sect, Sword Master Dong Yue, Zhao Xinjian? Dong Yue Shui suddenly exclaimed. She finally remembered who the old man was and immediately became nervous. Understood, Your Highness. The old man closed in on Dong Yue Shui as he spoke. Stop. At this moment, a figure blocked in front of Dong Yue Shui. Chapter 5691. You're the infinite sword sect Swordmaster Dong Yu, Zhao Xinjian? Dong Yue Shui recognized the black-robed old man beside Dong Yue Yuanliang. She could not help but feel shocked and nervous. What? He's the legendary Swordmaster Dong Yu? Everyone else in the hall was dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that they would see the most impressive cultivator of the sword in the East Moon Empire. Everyone's gazes landed on the unassuming black-robed old man. To them, he was a heavenly figure that they would not normally be able to come into contact with. This was Swordmaster Dong Yu of the Infinite Sword Sect. Someone who could sit in the position of Swordmaster Dong Yu of the Infinite Sword Sect was definitely the strongest among all the disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect in the East Moon Empire. That was because the Swordmaster Dong Yu was the leader of the sects in the East Moon Empire. All the disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect had to listen to him. Of course, there were also the leaders of the Infinite Sword Sect in the Tyrannical Empire. The strongest person in the Infinite Sword Sect was the Swordmaster of the Tyrannical Empire. That was a formidable figure. My second brother actually received the support of the Swordmaster Dong Yu. How is that possible? Why would the Swordmaster support my second brother? In the East Moon Empire, the Swordmaster Dong Yu was in existence on equal footing with the East Moon Imperial Lord. Compared to a super force like the Infinite Sword Sect, the East Moon Empire was at most a grasshopper that could be stomped to death. In the Infinite Sword Sect, there were countless people with the title of Swordmaster, and the Swordmaster Dong Yu was only one of the countless Swordmasters in the sect. Moreover, he was not even the strongest one. Even so, the Swordmaster Dong Yu was in existence that Dong Yue Shui could only look up to. No wonder Dong Yue Yuanliang dared to openly steal Shui's credit. As it turned out, he had the support of the Swordmaster Dong Yu. This was truly troublesome. Wang Zhan, hurry and escape. Hurry to the imperial capital and see my father. You have my token on you. Hurry and get reinforcements. Dong Yue Shuer transmitted her voice to Gu Fei clone Wang Zhan. You want this little guy to escape? Stop dreaming. Swordmaster Dong Yu sneered. At such a close distance, Dong Yu Shuer's voice transmission technique was completely useless. Swordmaster Dong Yu could also sense Dong Yu Shuer's spiritual will fluctuation. Spiritual communication? Dong Yue Yuanliang sneered. Royal sister, I advise you to obediently hand over the East Moon Bow and surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect the people around you. Dong Yue Yuanliang's tone was extremely cold. Are you threatening me? Dong Yue Shuer was furious. How would I dare to threaten my father's most beloved sister? I'm just giving you a suggestion. Dong Yue Yuanliang looked down at Dong Yue Shuer with disdain. Wang Zhan, hurry up and run. Dong Yue Shuer was truly panicking. In her eyes, Wang Zhan was no match for Swordmaster Dong Yu at all. This guy was the greatest swordsman of the East Moon Empire. He was not someone the Overlord War God could compare to, be it in terms of heritage, cultivation realm, or battle strength. Swordmaster Dong Yu was miles ahead of the Overlord War God. Especially in terms of heritage, this Swordmaster Dong Yu cultivated the Sword Dao cultivation technique of the Boundless Sword Sect, which was a top-notch Sword Dao cultivation technique. Just based on this alone, the Overlord War God could not be compared to Swordmaster Dong Yu. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Although Wang Zhan might have the support of a mysterious sect, there were not many forces that could go against the Boundless Sword Sect in the East Pole. Lad, you'd better surrender obediently. You can't protect Her Highness. A middle-aged man sneered. That's right. That's the Lord Swordmaster. Do you believe that I, Zhao Zhenting, can kill you with a single punch? Another middle-aged man's face was filled with disdain. Haha, is that so? Then I'll stand here. Come and kill me. Gu Fei's clone hooked his finger at the middle-aged man called Zhao Zhenting with a look of contempt. You're courting death. Seeing that Gu Fei's clone was actually disdainful of him, Zhao Zhenting took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Fei's clone. He moved like a fleeing rabbit, his punch was like lightning, and his aura was like a mountain. The moment Zhao Zhenting made his move, the surrounding people were shocked. An expert. This guy was definitely a heaven-ranked expert. In the East Moon Empire, heaven-ranked experts were already considered experts. One must know that in the East Moon Empire, the lord of a city was a heaven-ranked existence. In other words, in the East Moon Empire, only experts above heaven-ranked could sit in the position of a city lord. Even the smallest city was the same. Without a cultivation above heaven-ranked, how could one convince the masses? How could one suppress all the cultivators in the city? Only by being stronger than everyone else would others be obedient, afraid, and apprehensive. Sigh. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head helplessly. Then, he pointed a finger at his opponent's incoming fist. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded, because Gu Fei's clone actually used a finger to block Zhao Zhenting's lightning-fast punch. Seeing this, Swordmaster Dong Yu could not help but frown. Dong Yue Yuanliang's eyes even flashed with a cold light. Zhao Zhenting was his confidant, a peak heaven-ranked existence. To block a peak heaven-ranked punch with a finger, this was an unbelievable thing in everyone's eyes. You, roar. Zhao Zhenting was shocked and furious. He shook his right arm, and an even stronger force burst out from his body. Like an unstoppable flood, it surged into his right arm. In the next moment, an extremely violent fist force burst out from his right fist. This time, he used all his strength. However, no matter how ferocious and powerful his fist force was, it was still unable to shake off the finger on his fist. How is this possible? Zhao Zhenting was about to go crazy. Go to hell. Gu Fei's clone grinned. The finger on Zhao Zhenting's fist shook, and Zhao Zhenting immediately screamed in pain as he was sent flying, crashing into a dozen tables. Wherever Zhao Zhenting passed, the surrounding people all dodged. Defeating a heaven-ranked expert with a flick of a finger. You're quite interesting, but you're fated to not be able to protect your master today. Zhao Xinjian stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Gu Fei's clone. Everyone was shocked once again. No one would have thought that the guard beside Dong Yue Shuer was actually a hidden expert, and so young at that. This young man used a finger to defeat Zhao Jinting, a peak heaven-ranked expert. Is that so? If you don't try, how do you know if you can protect her? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently, still standing in front of Dong Yue Shui. Looks like you're courting death. Chapter 5692. This guy must be out of his mind. A mere guard actually dares to challenge Swordmaster Dong Yu. Looks like he's tired of living. Sigh. We're about to witness the fall of a genius. Everyone in the hall did not think highly of Gu Fei's clone. Many were mocking and disdainful. After all, Swordmaster Dong Yu was the #1 expert of the sword in the East Moon Empire, a true sword god. I'll hold him back. You run, Dong Yue Shui said, and was about to pull Gu Fei's clone behind her. Even though Gu Fei's clone had sent Zhao Jinting, a peak heaven realm expert, flying with a single finger, Dong Yue Shui still did not think that Gu Fei's clone could challenge Swordmaster Dong Yu. That was because the difference between Swordmaster Dong Yu and Zhao Jinting was too great. One was like a dragon in the sky, while the other was like an ant on the ground. Gu Fei's clone being able to defeat Zhao Jinting with a single finger was enough to intimidate most of the people present. Even Dong Yue Yuanliang was shocked. However, he was unable to intimidate Swordmaster Dong Yu. Do you have so little confidence in me? Gu Fei's clone was truly speechless. Is there any use in me having confidence in you? He's Swordmaster Dong Yu, someone who's on equal footing with my father. Dong Yue Shui was so anxious that she was about to cry. You seem to care a lot about me. Have you fallen for me? Gu Fei's clone teased. You're still talking about this at a time like this? Dong Yue Shui was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. You're about to die, and you still have time to flirt. You're awesome. Dong Yue Yuanliang gave Gu Fei's clone a thumbs up. Sigh. Gu Fei's clone sighed helplessly. Some people always think they can control the situation, but who would have thought that they're just a clown? Dong Yue Yuanliang was enraged. What did you say? Seeing this, Dong Yue Shui panicked even more. You're still purposely provoking him at a time like this. Do you really want to die? Dong Yue Shui really didn't know why Wang Zhan still dared to provoke Dong Yue Yuanliang, and still dared to ignore Swordmaster Dong Yue. Could it be that he still had a trump card that could turn the tables? How is this possible? Swordmaster Dong Yu was the swordmaster of the Infinite Sword Sect in the East Moon Empire. All the disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect in the East Moon Empire had to obey his orders. In the East Moon Empire, countless people practiced the sword, and the descendants of the nobles in the imperial court took pride in joining the Infinite Sword Sect. The Infinite Sword Sect's influence in the East Moon Empire could not be underestimated. Sometimes, they could even influence the decisions of the East Moon Imperial Lord. However, Swordmaster Dong Yu rarely intervened in the imperial court's disputes, but this time, he actually stood on Dong Yue Yuanliang's side. This was a huge blow to the Crown Prince's faction. Looks like I'm going to do something against my will today. Killing a genius isn't what I want. Swordmaster Dong Yu shook his head and sighed. I say, you two really are birds of a feather. You're both hypocrites and sanctimonious people. Aren't you tired of living? Gu Fei's clone shook his head and sighed as well. Swordmaster Dong Yu was immediately enraged when he heard that. A powerful ripple of the power of Sword Dao immediately erupted from his body. Dong Yue Yuanliang cried out. He was actually sent flying by the power of Sword Dao that erupted from Swordmaster Dong Yu's body. The surrounding people also staggered from the impact of the power of Sword Dao. All the tables in the hall were overturned, and the entire hall was in a mess. Everyone was terrified. Every inch of space in the hall was filled with heart-palpitating sword chi. Everyone felt like they were in a formless forest of swords. It was as if Swordmaster Dong Yu could kill anyone in the hall with a single thought. This was power that ruled over everything. What right did that puny guard have to fight Swordmaster Dong Yu? The astonishing aura that erupted from Swordmaster Dong Yu was simply too powerful. Everyone felt as though their souls were trembling. Haha, the Sword Master is mighty. The second Prince Dong Yue Yuanliang was surprised, overjoyed, and excited. He had found the right person this time. With Swordmaster Dong Yu's support, wouldn't the position of Crown Prince be a piece of cake for him? Swordmaster Dong Yu was one of the few existences in the East Moon Empire who could influence the East Moon Imperial Lord. In the entire East Moon Empire, no one dared to ignore Swordmaster Dong Yu, not even the East Moon Imperial Lord. Why aren't you kneeling? Swordmaster Dong Yu stared at Gu Fei's clone. He wanted to completely crush the little guy's confidence and crush him. TSK, there's no one in this world who can make me kneel, Gu Fei's clone said in disdain. At this moment, Dong Yu and Shui had already knelt behind him. It could not be helped. Out of everyone present, only Gu Fei's clone did not fear Swordmaster Dong Yu's surging aura. Before such a terrifying aura, he remained as calm as usual, without the slightest hint of panic. Very well. Even Swordmaster Dong Yu could not help but view Gu Fei's clone in a different light at this moment. This little guy was truly powerful and nature-defying. But so what? No matter how nature-defying he was, he still had to die. To be able to kill off such a peerless genius, even Swordmaster Dong Yu felt excited. It had to be said, if such a formidable young cultivator were to grow up, he would surely become a world-shaking existence. You're too long-winded and naggy. You're indifferent to life and death. If you can't accept it, just fight. Understand? Gu Fei's clone said and instantly disappeared on the spot. What? Swordmaster Dong Yu was shocked. Bam! In the next moment, his nose received a heavy punch. His vision immediately darkened, and blood spurted out from his nose. His tall nose bridge collapsed. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard by everyone present. Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared and reappeared in the same spot in an instant, giving the illusion that he hadn't moved at all. His movement technique and actions were simply too fast to be described with words. The entire place was silent. Everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground, and their mouths were so wide open that one could stuff a duck's egg inside. Dong Yu and Shui were dumbfounded as well. Gu Fei's clone actually gave Swordmaster Dong Yu a punch, causing his face to be covered in blood. Young man, sneak attack. Despicable. Swordmaster Dong Yu was depressed. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast that he could not even dodge his opponent's punch. Sigh, you're still squeaking when you're inferior. All right, watch carefully this time, Gu Fei's clone said disapprovingly. Swordmaster Dong Yu wiped the blood from his nose and harumphed coldly. He glared at Gu Fei's clone and was about to attack. However, the moment he made his move, Gu Fei's clone also made his move. Swordmaster Dong Yu's right hand was only extended halfway. Before the condensed sword chi could even rush out from his hand, his vision darkened as he was directly punched. F***CK. Swordmaster Dong Yu was sent flying, slamming into the throne and shattering it into pieces. In the end, he even slammed into the wall behind the throne before coming to a stop. Countless cracks appeared on the wall, and a cloud of dust scattered down from the ceiling. Young man, you have no morals. Chapter 56-93. Gu Fei's clone knocked out Swordmaster Dong Yu with 2 punches. The entire place was silent. How is this possible? The second prince of the East Moon Empire even stuttered and could not speak fluently. That was Swordmaster Dong Yu, the greatest cultivator of the way of the sword in the East Moon Empire. His cultivation was definitely one of the best in the entire East Moon Empire. How could he be knocked out with 2 punches by a little guard beside Shui? Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. This scene was too surreal. How could the legendary best swordsman of the East Moon be knocked out by a little guy with just 2 punches? This, Dong Yu Shui pinched herself even harder. Ouch! Shui was surprised and overjoyed. This was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. Wang Zhan really knocked out Swordmaster Dong Yu with 2 punches. What's Swordmaster Dong Yu? The best swordsman of the East Moon? It turns out that he doesn't live up to his reputation. Gu Fei's clone was very disdainful. This guy actually dared to call himself Swordmaster with such a cultivation. Was this a joke? Gu Fei's doppelganger's 2 punches were actually just a single word, fast. He had displayed the word fast to the extreme. Whether it was his movement technique or the speed of his punches, they were all extremely fast. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. This was not an empty saying. With the current martial realm of Gu Fei's clone, he naturally knew the truth of the word fast. Swordmaster Dong Yu was actually not weak, but in front of Gu Fei's clone, he could not make a move at all. Because he was not fast enough, he was defeated. Although Gu Fei's doppelganger seemed to have won easily, it wasn't easy at all. Because if Swordmaster Dong Yu had a chance to make a move, he would be dead. But there were not so many ifs in this world. All of you, kneel. Gu Fei's clone stood casually in the main hall. His gaze swept around, and everywhere his gaze passed, everyone could not help but lower their heads. However, no one was willing to kneel before Gu Fei's clone. One should know that these people in the main hall were all people of status. How could they kneel so casually? However, they did not dare to attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. Even Swordmaster Dong Yu was knocked unconscious by this guy called Wang Zhan with 2 punches. How could they dare to make a move? Wasn't attacking this guy the same as courting death? Although there were nearly 100 of Dong Yue Yuanliang's subordinates and confidants in the hall, none of them dared to make a move. They were all intimidated by the 2 punches from Gu Fei's clone. Looks like you guys have a lot of backbone. That's right. A man has gold under his knees. I admire your backbone. Gu Fei's avatar sighed helplessly. If they don't kneel, why are you sighing? Dong Yue Shuer said in amusement. If they don't kneel and submit, then I'll fulfill their wish and let them be heroes, Gu Fei's clone explained. Everyone in the main hall panicked when they heard this. You're so naughty. If you want to kill these guys, then kill them. Why are you looking for excuses? Anyway, they're not my people. So what if they're killed, haha? Dong Yue Shuer laughed out loud. All right then. Gu Fei's clone helplessly clenched his fists and was about to make a move. Bam! The next moment, everyone in the main hall unexpectedly knelt before Gu Fei's clone at the same time. These guys were very shrewd. If they wanted to play the hero at this time, they would have to sacrifice themselves. Dong Yue Shuer was speechless. Dong Yue Yuanliang was depressed. The people in the main hall were terrified. Gu Fei's clone was proud. Congratulations on subduing so many subordinates. Dong Yue Shuer was now filled with envy and hatred. These subordinates of Dong Yue Yuanliang were not ordinary people, because ordinary people were not worthy of his attention at all. Among these people, other than a dozen or so nobles of Flying Cloud City, the rest were all guests brought by Dong Yue Yuanliang from the East Moon royal capital. Zhao Zhenting, who was sent flying by a finger from Gu Fei's clone, was one of Dong Yue Yuanliang's guests. This guy was also a bona fide peak heaven realm expert. In the main hall, among the guests brought by Dong Yue Yuanliang, the lowest cultivation was at the initial heaven realm, while the highest was a half-step divine realm expert. However, so what if he was a half-step divine realm expert? In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, he was just a slightly stronger ant among a group of ants. A powerful ant, he was also an ant. Second brother, where are you going? At that moment, Dong Yue Shuer flew up and landed in front of a sneaky fellow who was trying to slip away, blocking his way. This, royal sister, this is all a misunderstanding. I really want to hold a banquet for you. You were able to capture the sky hegemonic war god and achieve such a great feat. I'm very happy for you. Although Dong Yue Yuanliang was flustered, he still forced himself to remain calm. Haha, is it really just a misunderstanding? You just said that you wanted to steal my credit. I didn't hear you wrong. Dong Yue Shuer was happy and excited. She was elated to see her second brother being humiliated. Royal sister, it's really a misunderstanding. How about I set up a new banquet to welcome you? Dong Yue Yuanliang said carefully. At this moment, he had already lost the upper hand. His most reliable swordmaster Dong Yu had been defeated by the little guard beside Dong Yue Shuer, and the group of guests were terrified. How could he still dare to challenge Dong Yue Shuer? Welcome your sister. Dong Yue Shuer took a step forward and extended her right hand, directly slapping Dong Yue Yuanliang's face. Pa! A resounding slap resounded in the hall, and the people kneeling on the ground lowered their heads even more. Dong Yue Yuanliang spun twice on the spot from Shuer's slap. He staggered a few times before regaining his balance. He did not fall. In fact, Dong Yue Yuanliang's cultivation was not as high as Shuer's. The reason why he could do as he pleased in the royal capital was because of the countless guests he kept. Among the hanger-ons he kept, there were a few outstanding ones. Perhaps it was because he had Swordmaster Dong use protection this time to steal Shui credit. Those powerful guests did not follow along. One had to admit that Dong Yue Yuanliang's luck was truly terrible. You dare hit me? I'm your second brother. Dong Yue Yuanliang was stunned by the slap and roared at Shui fiercely. Pa, I'm hitting you. Pa, so what if I hit you? Pa, shouldn't someone who dares to bully his own sister be hit? Pa, how dare you steal my credit? Pa, I'm teaching you how to be a proper person. Pa, a despicable person like you wants to be the crown prince? Tui. Pa, if I let you sit on the throne, the entire East Moon Empire will be done for. Shui directly slapped Dong Yue Yuanliang over a dozen times, beating the handsome, elegant second prince into a pig's head. Does it feel good? Shui did not forget to ask after slapping him. Pfft. Chapter 5694. Dong Yue Shui had actually slapped Dong Yue Yuanliang over a dozen times, causing his face to swell like a pig's head. Not only was everyone in the hall dumbfounded, but even Gu Fei's clone beside her was also stunned. You're way too fierce. Gu Fei's clone gave Dong Yue Shui a thumbs up. This kind of scumbag who even dares to lay his hands on his sister. Do you want me to keep him alive for the new year? Dong Yue Shui said fiercely. That's right. This kind of scumbag really deserves to be beaten. Gu Fei's doppelganger nodded seriously. But he's still your second brother. Gu Fei's clone continued. What second brother? From the moment this guy tried to steal my credit, he was no longer my second brother. Dong Yue Shui said coldly. Since this Dong Yue Yuanliang didn't care about their sibling relationship, should she still let him be? Dong Yue Shui, you're finished, you're finished. I'll definitely go back and report this to father. You've offended your superiors and beat up your brother. You're finished. Just wait for your punishment. Dong Yue Yuanliang, who was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, finally managed to catch his breath. He pointed at Dong Yue Shui and said with a trembling voice, his eyes red. When had he ever been beaten like this before? His handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head. He was the most handsome guy in the East Moon royal capital, and he was also a prince. He was high and mighty and had never suffered before. He had always been the one bullying others, and no one had ever dared to bully him. But now, he was actually beaten up by his own sister. You dare threaten me? Dong Yue Shui was enraged, and directly went forward to beat Dong Yue Yuanliang up. Sigh, I still haven't hit enough. Gu Fei's clone sighed. Everyone kneeling on the ground in the hall trembled. Only Dong Yue Yuanliang's screams could be heard in the hall, and they were exceptionally loud. At this moment, the square outside the city lord's residence was in a state of mutual hostility. Countless soldiers suddenly surged out and surrounded Dong Yue Shui's team. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were axemen, shield-bearers, archers, spear-bearers. All of them were well-trained soldiers. These different types of soldiers cooperated with each other tacitly. One look, and you could tell that they were seasoned veterans. The entire square was filled with a suffocating killing intent. At this moment, the onlookers outside the square had all run away. He couldn't watch the show anymore. Surrender obediently, or I'll kill you without mercy. The leader of the group, a middle-aged general, pointed his saber at the fatty and said coldly. Beside the fatty, there were more than 10 soldiers lying on the ground. These soldiers were all dead. All of them had their necks broken by the fatty. At this moment, Fatty had become the commander of this team. The thousands of people Dong Yue Shui brought were not to be trifled with. The thousands of soldiers formed a human wall, protecting the carriage and the prisoner's carriage. They raised their shields, raised their spears, and knocked their arrows, staring at the enemies in front of them. The fatty's prestige in this group wasn't small, because everyone had seen how formidable he was. This fellow had once blocked a group of black iron barbaric bulls by himself. Io, I'm so scared. Lord Fatty is right here. Come, Lord Fatty will let you kill me. Come on. If Lord Fatty even frowns, I'm a grandson. F***ck. What the F***ck are you waiting for? Lord Fatty will stretch out his neck for you to kill me. Fatty really stretched out his neck as he said that. You're courting death. The general on the other side was instantly enraged. He looked around and thought to himself, if I'm intimidated by this Fatty, how am I going to lead troops in the future? This guy flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stomped on the ground and leaped, swinging his saber at the Fatty's head. The middle-aged general's slash was very powerful, but in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Clang! The middle-aged general's saber actually struck the Fatty's head. The Fatty really did not dodge, and he did not even frown. However, although the saber struck the Fatty, not even a strand of his hair was cut off. Instead, the rebounding force directly caused cracks to appear on the middle-aged general's hands that were holding the saber, and fresh blood flowed out. The middle-aged general was horrified. He felt as if his saber had struck a piece of divine metal. He hurriedly retracted his saber. The middle-aged general lowered his head and saw that there was actually a chip on the blade of his saber. This was a heaven-grade saber, and his Dao physique was actually harder than a heaven-grade saber? Hey, did you not eat? Use more strength. Again, strike here. The Fatty slapped his neck. How would the middle-aged general still dare to attack? His hand that was holding the saber was trembling. The other party's cultivation was many times higher than his. Even if he wanted to seek death, he should not do so like this. I'll do it. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the Fatty. Upon seeing the newcomer, the middle-aged general was instantly overjoyed. Mr. Jean, you're here. With you, this Fatty is dead for sure. This person was Mr. Jean, who served the second prince. He was a true divine-level expert. Dongyue Yuanliang made his move in the city lord's residence, and at the same time, arranged for his subordinates to attack the people that Dongyue Shui'er had left outside. This Mr. Jean was the divine-level guest that Dongyue Yuanliang had brought from the imperial capital. You're finally out? There's still one more rat. Hurry up and come out. I've already sensed you. What's the point of hiding? The Fatty sneered. Haha, I didn't expect Her Highness to have so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A sinister laugh rang out. Then, a ghost-like black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Fatty. Everyone felt a cold and gloomy aura assaulting their bodies. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they were hit by this cold qi. Mr. Long is here too. Fatty, you're dead for sure. The middle-aged general stared at the Fatty and said fiercely, Noisy. The Fatty waved his right hand, and in the next moment, a stream of blood spurted out from the middle-aged general's forehead. He was directly pierced by the invisible sword qi and died instantly. The middle-aged general's eyes were wide open. He never thought that he would be killed in an instant. Bang! The middle-aged general's corpse fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Flying Cloud City were indescribably shocked. Damn it! You dare to commit murder in front of me? Mr. Long stared at the Fatty furiously. Of course, the Fatty was extremely arrogant. Haha, old Jean, since this guy is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. Mr. Feng laughed out of extreme anger. You go first. As Mr. Jean spoke, he actually took a step back and stood with his hands behind his back. Mr. Long was startled and speechless. It's just a little guy. Do you want me to join forces with you? Do you think I'm shameless? Mr. Jean said proudly. I'm a divine-level expert. Joining forces against a little guy? What a joke. You guys. Chapter 5695. Dongyue Yuanliang was the second in line to the throne of the Dongyue Empire. He had been fighting with the crown prince for many years. With his mother as his backing, he had also built up his own force. In the Dongyue royal capital, the second prince was someone who could contend with the crown prince. Dongyue Yuanliang was willing to pay a price to recruit talents from all over. His 3,000 followers were not just for show. Among them, there were many god-level existences. Mr. Jean and Mr. Long were the god-level followers that Dongyue Yuanliang recruited. Of course, the most powerful among the followers did not follow Dongyue Yuanliang to Flying Cloud City. Dong Yue Yuanliang originally thought that with Swordmaster Dong Yu around, it would be a piece of cake to take down his royal sister, Dong Yue Shuer. However, no one expected that something that was in the bag would change. And this change was the two fellows beside Dong Yue Shuer. When Swordmaster Dong Yu was defeated by Gu Fei's clone with 2 punches, Dong Yue Yuanliang's subordinates surrounded Dong Yue Shuer's team in the square in front of the city lord's residence. The entire Flying Cloud City was already under the control of Dong Yue Yuanliang, the second prince. City Lord Qin Outyin was also taken down by Dong Yue Yuanliang and thrown into prison. Otherwise, how could Qin Outyin's younger brother, Qin Feng, listen to him so obediently? You two fellows better come at me together. Fatty curled his finger at Mr. Jean and Mr. Long in disdain. Little fellow, how dare you look down on us? Mr. Long was enraged. An even stronger chill spread from his body. A layer of frost immediately appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Mysterious Yin Qi? What's your relationship with the old ghost of Yin Mountain? Fatty still had a cocky look on his face. You. How dare you disrespect the holy lord of Yin Mountain? Mr. Long was enraged. His face turned ferocious. What holy lord of Yin Mountain? He's just a king hiding in the mountains. Fatty became even more disdainful. At this moment, even Mr. Jean, who was waiting to watch the show, looked at Fatty in shock. This Long was one of the 3 disciples of the Holy Lord of Yin Mountain. Was this little fellow stupid? He actually dared to look down on the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord. You dare to disrespect Master? You're dead today. Furthermore, I won't let you die so easily. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as stepping on an ant. Mr. Long made his move. However, just as he raised his right hand, pa! Then, everyone was dumbfounded. In a flash, Fatty appeared beside Mr. Long and gave Mr. Long a tight slap on his face. Mr. Long's face changed instantly. A few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth and he fell to the side. Mr. Long was stunned by Fatty's slap. His head was spinning and he was seeing stars. Half of his face was swollen. Pa! Didn't you say that killing me is as easy as stepping on an ant? Come on. Pa! Why did you stop? Pa! Weren't you very awesome just now? Pa! Now, show me how awesome you are. Pa! Fatty didn't stop. He went forward and started beating Mr. Long until he started doubting his life. Everyone who saw this, including Mr. Jean, was so shocked that their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Their mouths were wide open, and they forgot to close it. Mr. Long, who said that he would kill Fatty, fell to the ground. Fatty took a step forward and stepped on Mr. Long's head. Now you know who's going to kill who. Fatty looked down at Mr. Long under his feet with extreme arrogance. You dare to kill me? My master is the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord. Do you know the consequences of offending the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord? Not only you, but your family and friends will also die. Haha, do you dare to kill me? Mr. Long, who was being stepped on by Fatty, said with a hideous smile. His tone was crazy because he was sure that Fatty wouldn't dare to kill him because he was the 3rd disciple of the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord. The Yin Mountain Sacred Lord was a saint-level existence. Even the East Moon Imperial Lord had to be obedient in front of the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord. The reason why Mr. Long became Dong Yue Yuanliang's follower was because the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord wanted to control the East Moon Empire and push Dong Yue Yuanliang to the position of Imperial Lord. There were many benefits to controlling a puppet Imperial Lord. At least, he could control the cultivation resources of the entire East Moon Empire. Even in the Boundless Realm, cultivation resources were limited. Only by controlling the cultivation resources could the sect be passed down. Moreover, not only the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord, but other saint-level old monsters also had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. Little guy, the Yin Mountain Sacred Lord will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Think carefully. Mr. Jean also spoke up. You're from the Golden Sun Sacred Ground, right? You're forcing me to kill this guy. Fatty stepped on Mr. Long's foot tightly, causing half of Mr. Long's head to sink into the ground. I'm reminding you that if you kill him, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Your family and friends will be in trouble too. Mr. Jean stared at Fatty. Threatening me? Fatty's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. If you know what's good for you, Let me go. Then, break an arm and a leg, and I'll let you go. Mr. Long, who was under the fatty's foot, snickered coldly. In the East Moon Empire, no one dared to offend his master, the sacred lord of the Shadow Mountain. Even the swordmaster of the East Moon Empire had to address the sacred lord of the Shadow Mountain as a senior and address himself as a junior. I'm so scared. Fatty pretended to be alarmed. Mr. Long was very proud. In the end, this guy still had to give in. His master's name was really too useful. In the East Moon Empire, as long as he revealed his master's name, everyone would have to avoid him. However, in the next moment, gotcha! Then, the whole place fell silent. No one dared to talk nonsense anymore. Fatty directly stomped the head of the arrogant Mr. Long into the ground. Then, the follower of the Een Mountain Sacred Lord died. Mr. Long never thought that this little guy would really dare to kill him. Mr. Jean was also dumbfounded by this scene. Mr. Long was the disciple of the Een Mountain Sacred Lord. The Een Mountain Sacred Lord was an amazing saint-level cultivator. His sphere of influence was not only in the East Moon Empire, but also in other regions. This fatty had pierced through the sky. All of you, scram. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Fatty swept his gaze across the whole place. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. The domineering aura that erupted from him made everyone lower their heads. The surrounding soldiers of the Flying Cloud City even fled in all directions. All right, let's wait and see. Mr. Jean was about to turn around and rush towards the main gate of the City Lord's residence. However, just as he took a step, he was stunned, because he saw a horrifying scene. A young man actually dragged two people out of the City Lord's residence, one in each hand. And the people that were dragged out by this young man like dead dogs were his master, Dongyue Yuanliang, and the number 1 sword of East Moon, the sword master of East Moon. Chapter 5696. Flying Cloud City. At the entrance of the main hall of the City Lord's residence, Mr. Jean was stunned by the scene before him. A young man, who should be Dongyue Shuer's bodyguard, grabbed Dongyue Yuanliang and Swordmaster Dongyu by their feet and walked out of the main hall. Then, the young man directly threw Dongyue Yuanliang and Swordmaster Dongyu down the stairs like rags. The two rolled down the stairs and were bleeding from the fall. They lay on the ground motionlessly like two salted fish. If it were not for the fact that they could still sense their auras, Mr. Jean and the others would have thought that they were already dead. Mr. Jin's shock couldn't be described with words. This was because this scene was too shocking for him, because the identity of these two people wasn't ordinary. One was the second-in-line successor to the throne of the East Moon Empire. If the Crown Prince of the East Moon Empire died, he would be the next East Moon Imperial family. The other was a divine-level swordsman of the Infinite Sword Sect, the Swordmaster of the East Moon Empire. He was the number 1 swordsman in the entire East Moon Empire. The identities of these two people were extremely powerful. Any one of them would have a huge impact, especially Swordmaster Dongyu, who had the Infinite Sword Sect behind him. His swordsman cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was invincible in the East Moon Empire. Mr. Jean could not believe that someone was so crazy as to beat up Dongyue Yuanliang and Swordmaster Dongyu. This was completely disregarding the East Moon Empire and the Infinite Sword Sect. Even the Golden Sun Sacred Ground and the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord did not dare to offend the Infinite Sword Sect because it was the number 1 swordsman sect in the East Pole. It was one of the super forces in the East Pole. Most importantly, the Infinite Sword Sect was backed by the most impressive existence in the East Pole. This was the reason why everyone was afraid. Who are you? Mr. Jin's voice was trembling. Who am I? Gu Fei's clone laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm just a nobody. Nobody? Mr. Jean was depressed. If these were all nobodies, then who was the big shot? At this moment, Mr. Jean had already guessed the outcome. They were completely defeated. Do you know what you've done? Mr. Jean gritted his teeth. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled and said, What did I do? It's just beating 2 dogs. I know what you're going to say. It's nothing more than looking at the owner's face when beating dogs, right? I'm sorry to tell you that the owners of these 2 dogs have no face here. He didn't care. When Mr. Jean heard this, He was both shocked and furious. This little guy was only at the divine level, so where did he get his confidence from? He actually dared to look down on the East Moon Empire and the Infinite Sword Sect. He wanted to threaten this little guy, but the other party blocked all his threats with a single sentence. He had completely ignored the backing of Dongyue Yuanliang and Swordmaster Dongyue. Mr. Jin was speechless. He could only step forward silently, wanting to take Dongyue Yuanliang and Swordmaster Dongyue away. Wait. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked down at Mr. Kim from the stairs. What else do you want? Mr. Jin looked up at Gu Fei's clone at the top of the stairs. Brother, let him go. He's a disciple of the Golden Sun Holy Land. Fatty walked over. Golden Sun Sacred Ground? Is he very strong? Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the main hall. The one in the lead was Princess Dongyue Shuer. The current Dongyue Shuer was like a moon surrounded by stars. Everyone was respectful and cautious towards her. No one dared to offend her and wanted to suck up to her. It couldn't be helped. No one would have thought that there would be such a ferocious guy beside the princess. This guy defeated Swordmaster Dongyue with 2 punches. No one present was a match for Swordmaster Dongyue. Therefore, everyone was intimidated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Dongyue Shuer directly accepted the second prince's followers. To her, this was definitely a good thing. She could also have her own force. Of course, she supported the crown prince. In this way, the second prince's force was weakened, while the crown prince's force became stronger. One had to know that everyone in this group of people more or less had some background, and they all had forces supporting them from behind. Dongyue Shuer was not afraid that these people would betray her because Gu Fei's doppelganger had planted a restrictive technique on them. As long as they didn't want to die, they had to listen to him obediently. As for the consequences of disobedience, there was no need to say more. Although these people submitted to Dongyue Shuer, each of them had a mental breakdown. Submitting to Dongyue Shuer was equivalent to betraying His Royal Highness the Second Prince. If His Royal Highness the Second Prince wanted to settle the score with them, they would all be in trouble. However, His Royal Highness the Second Prince couldn't even protect himself now. The Golden Sun Holy Land, a top force in the East Pole, Dongyue Shuer said. She was also very wary of the Golden Sun Holy Land. No wonder Dongyue Yuanliang dared to attack her. Not only did he have the support of Swordmaster Dongyue, but he also had the support of Een Mountain Saint in the Golden Sun Holy Land. With the support of so many top forces, it wouldn't be difficult for Dongyue Yuanliang to drag His Royal Highness the Crown Prince down. So what? If you want to leave, fine. Break one of your arms and get lost. Gu Fei's doppelganger said proudly. What? Mr. Jin's expression turned ugly. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's doppelganger. He actually wanted Mr. Jin to break one of his arms? Mr. Jin was a divine rank existence. Although he was only at the early stage of the divine rank, a divine rank expert couldn't be humiliated. If you want to touch us, you'll have to pay the price. Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. Is that so? Mr. Jin clenched his teeth and stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger at the top of the stairs. Why aren't you doing it yourself? If I were to do it, it wouldn't be as simple as breaking one arm. Gu Fei's doppelganger stood with his head bowed. A disdainful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, his figure became incomparably tall, pressuring everyone to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Mr. Jin. You're ruthless. Mr. Jin looked at Dongyue Yuanliang and Swordmaster Dongyu on the ground. He clenched his teeth and swung his right hand, chopping his left arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Mr. Jin's left arm immediately drooped down powerlessly. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Mr. Jin actually broke one of his arms. This guy is also a ruthless person. This should be fine, right? Mr. Jin broke out in cold sweat from the pain. At this moment, a terrifying aura covered the sky. A figure instantly appeared above the city lord's mansion, pressuring the whole flying cloud city. The whole city was shocked. Ha ha ha, my big brother is here. Little guy, you're dead. At this moment, Swordmaster Dongyu, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish, suddenly laughed. He loosened his right hand, revealing a broken jade talisman. Why didn't you come earlier? Mr. Jean spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5697. The arrival of powerful reinforcements caused Dongyue Yuanliang's subordinates to be shocked and afraid. After all, these people had pledged their allegiance to Dongyue Shuer. Their bodies were also affected by restrictive spells, and there was no turning back. As long as the restrictive spells remained on them, their lives were in the hands of Dongyue Shuer. Their lives were in the hands of Dongyue Shuer. They did not dare to betray Dongyue Shuer. Therefore, Dongyue Yuanliang's followers were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Why didn't this guy come earlier? If he came earlier, he wouldn't have to be controlled by Dongyue Shuer and become her slave. Especially that Mr. Jean. He had just severed his own arm, and his savior came. Mr. Jean was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Under Dongyue Yuanliang, they were very comfortable. They did not have to worry about cultivation resources, and they had more freedom. However, under Dongyue Shuer, it was a different situation. Because Dongyue Shuer held their lives in her hands, they had no freedom at all. If they disobeyed her orders, they would only have one outcome: death. Now, they had to protect their new master, Dongyue Shuer. If Dongyue Shuer died, they would all be buried with her. Little guy, you're dead. You're dead. Haha, Swordmaster Dongyu, who was lying at the bottom of the steps in front of the city lord's residence, laughed maniacally. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's residence. It was an extremely powerful figure, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Everyone felt as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain, almost suffocating. Swoosh! Gu Fei's clone appeared beside Swordmaster Dongyu and stepped on his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. A few of Swordmaster Dongyu's ribs were broken. Swordmaster Dongyu vomited a mouthful of blood. Who did you say is dead? Gu Fei's clone looked down at Swordmaster Dongyu, his eyes as sharp as a sword. How dare you? At this moment, an extremely majestic voice descended from the sky. A cold sword chi descended from the sky, causing everyone's soul to tremble. The sword cultivators present felt their swords vibrating at this moment, as if they were out of control and about to fly towards the figure in the sky. Why wouldn't I dare? You're the real Swordmaster Dongyu, aren't you? What's the point of creating an imposter to swindle people? Gu Fei's clone stepped on the fake Swordmaster Dongyu on the ground and spoke proudly to the figure in the sky. What? This Swordmaster Dongyu is fake? Everyone was indescribably shocked. No wonder this little guard was able to defeat Swordlord Dongyu with just 2 punches. So this Swordlord Dongyu is a fake. Someone actually impersonated Swordlord Dongyu. Furthermore, this person is the younger brother of the real Swordmaster Dongyu. What are these 2 brothers playing at? Everyone stared at the fake Swordmaster Dongyu that Gu Fei's clone was stepping on. Big brother, kill him, kill him. The fake Swordmaster Dongyu was about to go crazy. This little guy actually dared to humiliate him in public. Was he shameless? Let him go. Break one of your arms and legs, kowtow and apologize, and I will spare your life. The figure in the sky said coldly. Haha, Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The voice of the figure in the sky was still calm. I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourself. Gu Fei's doppelganger had a look of disdain. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger. He actually said that Swordmaster Dongyu overestimated himself? The fellow in the sky should be the real Swordmaster Dongyu. The strength of Swordmaster Dongyu was obvious to all. He was much stronger than the imposter that Gu Fei's clone had stepped on. I say, why don't you just admit defeat? Dongyue Shuer came to the side of Gu Fei's doppelganger and whispered. Even she was not optimistic about Gu Fei's doppelganger. This was because the real Swordmaster Dongyu was really, really strong. So strong that even a princess like her could not muster any thoughts of resisting. F***CK. What are you saying? Do you want me to break one of my arms and legs? And kowtow and apologize? Do you think I will do that? Do I look like a fool to you? Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. But at least I can keep my life. Dongyue Shuer was very worried. He could still live with a broken arm and leg, but if the real Swordmaster Dong Yu were to personally take action, everyone would die. No one in this world can take my life. Gu Fei's doppelganger was extremely confident. If his real body was here, he could squash existences like Swordmaster Dong Yu with a single finger. What a big tone. That dignified voice sounded again. Big brother, I want him dead. The fake Swordmaster Dong Yu's face was ferocious as he stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Is that so? Then you can go die first. Gu Fei's doppelganger stomped hard on the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu's chest. Then, the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu died. The moment Gu Fei's doppelganger stomped on the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu's chest, a chilling sword chi descended from the sky and shot towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly pushed Dong Yue Shue'er away and took a step to the side, just barely dodging the sword chi. Second brother, the real Swordmaster Dong Yu in the sky never expected that this little guy would really dare to stomp his second brother to death. This made him furious, and he immediately attacked. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger's movement technique was extremely miraculous, barely dodging the real Swordmaster Dong Yu's sword chi. When everyone saw Gu Fei's doppelganger stomp the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu to death, they were all in disbelief, thinking that Gu Fei's doppelganger was out of his mind. Stomping the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu to death meant offending the real Swordmaster Dong Yu. How could the real Swordmaster Dong Yu let Gu Fei's doppelganger go? This time, Swordmaster Dong Yu would have to fight to the death with Gu Fei's doppelganger. Kill. Without any hesitation, the real Swordmaster Dong Yu charged down from the sky, swearing to take the life of Gu Fei's doppelganger and avenge his second brother. Everyone nearby retreated. Once experts of this level fought, the area affected would not be small. Gu Fei's doppelganger used the 8 desolation steps and fought Swordmaster Dong Yu. This was because if Gu Fei's doppelganger fought Swordmaster Dong Yu head-on, the one who would lose would definitely be Gu Fei's doppelganger. To the real Swordmaster Dong Yu's disbelief, this little guy had actually dodged all of his sword chi. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered as he dodged Swordmaster Dong Yu's sword chi. Damn it! Swordmaster Dong Yu was furious. The sword chi that surged out of his body was almost omnipresent, enveloping Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger seemed to be taking a stroll amidst the heavy sword chi, dodging all the sword chi that came at him. Chapter 5698. The Sword Lord Dong Yu that Gu Fei had defeated with 2 punches was actually an imposter. Furthermore, this imposter's origins were not simple. No one had expected this imposter to be the real Sword Lord Dong Yu's younger brother. The 2 brothers were twins, so they looked very similar. Apart from themselves, no one else could tell who was the real Swordmaster Dong Yu and who was the fake. Furthermore, Swordmaster Dong Yu's younger brother's cultivation level was not bad, and he often used his elder brother's identity in the cultivation world. This time, even Dong Yue Yuanliang was fooled. Dong Yue Yuanliang thought he was lucky to have obtained the support of Swordmaster Dong Yu. Furthermore, Swordmaster Dong Yu even escorted him all the way to Soaring Cloud City. He initially thought that with Swordmaster Dong Yu's help, it would be a piece of cake to take down Dong Yu Shue'er. However, the truth was that he was overthinking. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Swordmaster Dong Yue was a fake. As a result, Dong Yue Yuanliang suffered a tragedy. Dong Yue Shue'er didn't dare to harm Dong Yue Yuanliang's life, but she dared to torture her second brother to the point of no return. At most, she would treat him after tormenting him. However, today, Dong Yue Shue'er had stepped on her second brother in front of everyone. Originally, he thought that this was the end of the matter. Who would have thought that Sword Lord Dong Yu's younger brother would crush a jade talisman and summon the real Sword Lord Dong Yu? Everything had changed too quickly. The arrival of the real Swordmaster Dong Yu had scared the originally happy Shue'er to the point where her legs turned to jelly. She was not afraid of the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu, but the problem was that this time, it was the real Swordmaster Dong Yu. This was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the East Moon Royal Lord. Worst of all, Wang Zhan had actually trampled that fake Swordmaster Dong Yu to death. This was really piercing through the heavens. Swordmaster Dong Yu was enraged and immediately attacked. The 2 silhouettes quickly moved through the square, so fast that even heaven-rank powerhouses could only see faint shadows. Everyone stared nervously at the two who were fighting, because the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of many people. Humph, royal sister, you're finished. Dongyue Yuanliang stood up shakily from the ground. He was covered in injuries, and his handsome face had been beaten into a pig's head by Dongyue Shuer. The second prince's teeth had almost all been knocked out by Dongyue Shuer, so he could barely speak. If I'm finished, I promise you'll be one step ahead of me, Dongyue Shuer said coldly. Hee, is that so? Dongyue Yuanliang glared at Dongyue Shuer. The humiliation he suffered today would be returned 100-fold. With me here, who dares to touch the second prince? After severing his own arm, Mr. Jean, who was so depressed that he vomited blood, came to Dongyue Yuanliang's side. He took out a healing pill and fed it to Dongyue Yuanliang. Soon, Dongyue Yuanliang's aura grew much stronger. Dongyue Shuer's expression became a little unsightly. Although Mr. Jean had severed one of his arms, he had no other injuries apart from the wound on his arm. He was a true god-rank expert. On the other hand, Dongyue Shuer was only at the heaven realm. Therefore, even if Mr. Jean cut off one of his arms, Dongyue Shuer would not be his match. Is that so? Is there really no one who can touch this piece of trash? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean. Impudent! You're courting death. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean turned around and realized that the person who spoke was a fatty. When Mr. Jean saw the fatty, he took a deep breath and his expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Dongyue Shuer heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the fatty. Everyone had witnessed how powerful this fatty was. He had once stopped a herd of black iron bulls by himself. Damn fatty, do you know who you're facing? One word from this prince is enough to make you die without a burial place. Dongyue Yuanliang roared at the fatty arrogantly. Mr. Jean was quite shocked by Dongyue Yuanliang's actions. This fatty had killed Mr. Long, who was a god-rank expert, with a single stomp. However, when the fatty stomped Mr. Long to death, Dongyue Yuanliang was in the main hall of the city lord's residence. He had no idea that the fatty was a ruthless person who could kill a god-rank expert with a single stomp. Aya, I'm so scared. What should I do? The fatty pretended to be panicking and said, Kneel down and slap yourself until I'm satisfied. Dongyue Yuanliang said proudly. You want me to kneel down and slap myself? Are you sure? The fatty's eyes narrowed. Your Highness. Mr. Jean pulled the corner of Dongyue Yuanliang's clothes. Dongyue Yuanliang ignored Mr. Jean and said, I only want you to slap yourself. You're already lucky that I didn't take your life. This second prince was really arrogant, cold, and ruthless. Your Highness, Mr. Jean panicked. Why aren't you kneeling down and slapping yourself? Dongyue Yuanliang still ignored Mr. Jean and maintained his high and mighty appearance. Oomph! The fatty laughed. Seeing the fatty laugh, Mr. Jin's face instantly turned pale. Your Highness, this person can't be offended. He killed Mr. Long with a stomp. Mr. Jean ignored him and shouted at Dongyue Yuanliang. What do you mean I can't be offended? Dongyue Yuanliang was instantly enraged. He was the second prince of the Dongyue Empire, the second in line to the throne. However, when he heard the second half of Mr. Jin's sentence, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He killed Mr. Long with a stomp? Dongyue Yuanliang stuttered as a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect this harmless fatty to be someone who could kill a god with a stomp, and he even wanted this person to kneel down and slap himself. This was simply courting death. I really can't bring myself to slap myself. Which one of you can help me? My mouth is right here. Which one of you can slap myself? The fatty said to Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. That's right, this is a misunderstanding. Dongyue Yuanliang was so terrified that even Mr. Jean had to lower his head. Do you two still have any shame? Seeing this scene, Dongyue Shuer couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the fatty's face darkened. Misunderstanding my ass. If I were weaker than you two, I would have already kneeled down and slapped myself. What a pity. I'm stronger than you two. So, this is a misunderstanding, right? This Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean didn't know what to say. Actually, Dongyue Yuanliang was a typical person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once he saw that something was wrong, he would immediately admit defeat because he knew that if he didn't, he would definitely suffer a lot. I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe. As the fatty spoke, he closed in on the two. Just don't kill them, Dongyue Shuer instructed. Got it. I'm experienced. They definitely won't die. Chapter 5699. The real sword master Dong Yu was truly powerful. His cultivation had already reached the half-sage realm. He didn't have a sword, because at his realm, anything could be used as a sword. Even without a sword, it was still better than having one. Gu Fei's clone had to admit that this fellow's sword Dao was the strongest he had encountered after coming to the limitless realm. The infinite sword sect sword Dao inheritance was still very impressive. However, in terms of the realm of sword Dao, Swordmaster Dong Yu was still worlds apart from Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone soared into the sky. Swordmaster Dong Yu chased after him. This little fellow actually dared to stomp his younger brother to death. How could he vent his anger if he didn't tear this fellow into pieces? Infinite Sword Chi. Swordmaster Dong Yu waved his right hand and countless strands of sword chi shot out from his hand, piercing through Gu Fei's clone at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei's clone had grasped the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao. As soon as he used the anti-void secret technique, he seemed to have fused with the surrounding void and his figure instantly turned illusory. Sword Master Dong Yu's sword chi directly pierced through his illusory figure, unable to harm him at all. What? What kind of divine ability is this? Sword Master Dong Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. His opponent's cultivation was lower than his, but the divine ability he displayed was very frightening. This kind of magical power that could suddenly turn into nothingness was simply unheard of and unseen. Wouldn't he be able to ignore any attacks if he grasped such a divine ability? No wonder this little fellow dared to provoke him despite knowing that his cultivation was lower than his. It seemed like he had grasped such a mystical divine ability. He had to get his hands on such a divine ability. Swordmaster Dong Yu changed his mind. Killing this little fellow would be letting him off too easily. If he could obtain such a divine ability from this little fellow, he might be able to successfully advance to become a Sword Emperor. In the Infinite Sword Sect, there was a system to test the sect's disciples. Those who passed the test would receive a corresponding title. There was an even higher title above Swordmaster, Sword Emperor. However, in the Measureless Sword Sect, the Sword Emperors were all saint-rank existences, true Sword Saints. Moreover, the Measureless Sword Sect's Sword Emperor test was extremely strict. Many Sword Saints in the Measureless Sword Sect had failed to pass the trial and were unable to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. If he could obtain the title of Sword Sovereign, there would naturally be many benefits. Swordmaster Dong Yu would also be able to leave this godforsaken place. At the thought of this, Swordmaster Dong Yu became excited. The higher the title, the more power, the more cultivation resources, the higher the prestige, and the higher the status. Moreover, if he offered this divine ability to the sect, he might be able to enter the sect to cultivate. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to break through to the saint level? Having changed his mind, Swordmaster Dong Yu's sword stance immediately changed. The invisible sword chi that surged out from his body was like a rope, coiling around Gu Fei's clone. His hands danced, weaving an invisible sword net. He wanted to catch this fish that was fleeing in all directions. Gu Fei's clone sharply sensed the change in Swordmaster Dong Yu's sword stance. His killing intent had actually dissipated by more than half in an instant. Does this guy not want to kill me anymore? At the thought of this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but shudder. This Swordmaster Dong Yu is indeed something. Even after I stomped his younger brother to death, he can still hold himself back from killing me. Little guy, surrender obediently. Swordmaster Dong Yu said coldly. Countless invisible sword chi danced with his hands, crisscrossing in the void. Moreover, the sword chi condensed and did not dissipate, quietly forming a huge net. However, what he did not know was that the invisible sword chi that he had shot out was as obvious as a lamp in the dark night in front of Gu Fei's clone. This was because Gu Fei's clone Sword Dao realm was far above Sword Master Dong Yu's. However, he pretended not to know and continued to move rapidly in the void, evading Sword Master Dong Yu's attacks. Moreover, he even deliberately and slowly crashed into his opponent's sword net. Haha, if you want me to surrender, you'll have to have the ability first. Gu Fei's clone finally understood. This guy wants to capture me alive. This guy must be out of his mind. He actually wants to capture me alive? If I let you capture me alive, do I still need to stay in the infinite realm? Gu Fei's clone used the universal desolate steps. All of Sword Master Dong Yu's attacks missed. However, the void around Gu Fei's clone was filled with invisible sword chi. His path of retreat was about to be completely sealed off by Sword Master Dong Yu. At this moment, Sword Master Dong Yu was very confident, thinking that he had already defeated Gu Fei's clone. The corner of his lips unknowingly curled up, revealing a smug smile. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lord Fatty was closing in on Dongyue Yuanliang. What are you trying to do? Don't you dare act recklessly. I'm the second prince of the East Moon Empire, the second-in-line successor to the throne. Dongyue Yuanliang panicked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party was someone who could trample Mr. Long to death with a single stomp. He had actually acted tough in front of this person. This was simply courting death. I'm a disciple of the Golden Sun Sacred Ground. Do you think you're a saint by offending both the Golden Sun Sacred Ground and the East Moon Empire at the same time? Mr. Jin's expression also changed greatly, but his willpower was clearly stronger than Dongyue Yuanliang's, and he remained unyielding. Oh my, you brought up the East Moon Empire and the Golden Sun Sacred Land to scare me? Fatty was overjoyed. Do you think you can represent the East Moon Empire and the Golden Sun Sacred Ground? Do you have that much face? The Fatty was amused by the two of them. He had even trampled the disciple of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord to death, so why would he be afraid of the Gold Sun Holy Ground or the East Moon Empire? Could it be that the Gold Sun Sacred Ground and the East Moon Empire were stronger than the Shadow Mountain Sacred Ground? Moreover, the East Moon Empire seemed to be the weakest among the three great forces. They did not even have a saint-level cultivator, so why should others be afraid of them? In the limitless realm, what mattered was strength. What mattered was whose fist was harder. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin wanted to continue. However, Fatty didn't give them a chance. Swoosh. In a flash, Fatty appeared in front of Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin. Pa. Pa. Raising his hand, Fatty directly gave Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin a resounding slap. Dongyue Yuanliang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side, while Mr. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. This second prince's teeth had all been pulled out by Dongyue Shuai, so he only spat out blood and not his teeth. However, Mr. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. A figure flashed. Pa. Who asked you to use the East Moon Empire to suppress me? Pa. Is the Golden Sun Sacred Land that amazing? Pa. The East Moon Empire is just a pile of shit in my eyes. Pa. I even trampled the disciple of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord to death, so why would I be afraid of your Golden Sun Sacred Land? Fatty spoke as he made his move, directly slapping these two guys who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does it feel good? You two pieces of trash. Chapter 5700. Fatty was already in a bad mood after being restrained by Gu Fei's clone. He was filled with anger, but he did not dare to find trouble with Gu Fei's clone. Hence, Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin were out of luck. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin's faces were swollen from the slap. However, Dongyue Yuanliang's face was already swollen from the beating. Preposterous. Dongyue Yuanliang had never suffered such humiliation before. He was the high and mighty second prince of the Dongyue Empire. He was incomparably noble since birth, and no one had ever dared to hit him, not to mention beating him into a pig's head. Even his father, the Dongyue Imperial Lord, would at most reprimand him when he did something wrong. He had never hit him, but today, he was beaten to the point where he doubted his life. Pa. Fatty slapped Dongyue Yuanliang's face hard again, causing him to spin twice on the spot before collapsing to the ground. Bam! Fatty raised his leg and kicked Mr. Jean, sending him flying and crashing into the steps in front of the main hall. The two of them did not even have the strength to fight back in front of Fatty. Fatty could abuse them however he wanted. Two useless pieces of wood, yet you still feel so good about yourselves. Who gave you the confidence? Trying to use the Dongyue Empire and the Golden Sun sacred ground to suppress me? In my eyes, the Dongyue Empire and the Golden Sun sacred ground are nothing. Fatty felt much better after venting his anger. However, Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean were shocked, furious, and infuriated. Dongyue Yuanliang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't be unconvinced. My fist is harder than yours, so you're the ones being abused. If you were stronger than me, I would be the one being abused, Fatty said coldly. In the limitless realm, the strong were respected. There was nothing wrong with that. Fatty no longer paid attention to these two fellows. At this moment, an incomparably powerful fluctuation of sword Tao came from the sky. Fatty raised his head and saw countless rays of light appearing in the sky. Fatty's expression immediately turned solemn. Those rays of light were not ordinary rays of light. They were sword rays that were extremely pure. Such sword rays were much more powerful than true divine weapons. I'd like to see how you're going to resolve this limitless sword sect's secret technique, Fatty said indifferently. At this time, Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan's mother and sister, Wang Lingxue, had already been protected by Dongyue Xue'er. Fatty had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei's doppelganger, but he was eager to see Gu Fei's doppelganger suffer as well. Only then would he feel more comfortable. However, the real sword master Dongyu was a true half-step sword saint. In terms of cultivation, he could definitely crush Gu Fei's clone. However, it was not easy for Swordmaster Dongyu to defeat Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was truly heaven-defying. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the divine level, he was still able to contend against a half-step sword saint. In Sword Master Dongyu's eyes, this was simply a miracle. No one had ever been able to challenge a half-step sword saint at the early stage of the divine level, unless that person was courting death. For a half-step sword saint to kill an early-stage sword saint was as easy as blowing off dust. But now, the battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei's clone had overturned Sword Master Dongyu's understanding. This was because such a thing had never happened in the unbounded realm. This made Sword Master Dongyu extremely envious of Gu Fei's clone's ability. If he had such an ability, wouldn't he be able to challenge sword saints? I'll give you one more chance. Surrender immediately, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, Sword Master Dongyu finally completed his net of swords and revealed his trump card. Sword Master Dongyu was very confident, because he had set up 3 layers of sword nets around Gu Fei's clone. This was a very strenuous task for Sword Master Dongyu. Sword Qi condensed into sword light without dispersing. It was already not easy to achieve this. It was even more difficult to interweave the sword light into a 3-layer sword net. Only Sword Master Dongyu, who was a half-step sword saint, could use such an ability. Divine-level sword Tao cultivators did not have this ability at all. Why would I need you to spare my life? If I don't want to die, who in this world can kill me? Gu Fei's clone said coldly. How arrogant. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sword Master Dongyu gritted his teeth. The next moment, he directly activated the sword net. Countless sword lights interweaved to form a 3-layer sword net, which directly enveloped Gu Fei's clone. The 3-layer sword net sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's clone. In the eyes of Sword Master Dongyu and the countless people who witnessed this scene, Gu Fei's clone was doomed. He had nowhere to run and was trapped to death. This, Dongyue Xue'er, who was on the ground, raised her head and saw this scene. She could not help but feel nervous. In her eyes, Wang Zhan was mysterious and unfathomable. He had even defeated the Sky Overlord Battle God and was almost invincible among the divine level. It would be a pity if such a heaven-defying existence were to die under Sword Master Dongyu's sword. If such an existence did not die prematurely and could grow up, he would definitely become a world-shaking existence. Moreover, After these days of interaction, Dong Yue Shuer had unknowingly developed an inexplicable feeling toward Gu Fei's clone. Although she was anxious, there was nothing she could do. Swordmaster Dong Yu was a half-step sword saint. At this moment, no one dared to soar into the sky and watch the battle from above. The sword chi ripples in the sky were too powerful. If they were careless, they would be swept by the sword chi and die immediately. Dong Yue Shuer flipped her left hand, and the east moon bow immediately appeared in her hand. She then pulled the bowstring with her right hand. If Gu Fei's clone was really in a life-or-death situation, she would not hesitate to help. The fatty glanced at Dong Yue Shuer with a hint of surprise on his face. This chick is really bold. Die. At this moment, Sword Master Dong Yu's murderous intent soared high up in the sky. Countless sword lights intertwined into a net suddenly burst out with an unprecedentedly intense light. Every sword light seemed to be able to cut the void apart. Looks like I can't hide anymore, sigh. Fatty sighed helplessly. He could not just watch as Wang Zhan was killed by Swordmaster Dong Yu. That was because Wang Zhan had planted a forbidden technique on him. If Wang Zhan died, he would be buried with him. Originally, he could not care less about the life and death of Gu Fei's clone, but he had no choice but to do so now. However, just as the fatty was about to attack, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared high up in the sky without any warning. The spatial crack directly tore apart the 3 layers of sword net that Sword Master Dong Yu had set up. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out from the spatial crack. Everyone was extremely frightened. It's him? When Gu Fei's clone sensed the aura, his body actually trembled in excitement. The person who had broken the void was Sacred Master Su Tian. At the same time, Gu Fei, who was in seclusion in the void realm, suddenly opened his eyes. That was because a huge spatial crack had appeared in the sky above the mirage middle heaven. No one would have thought that a passage would appear between the unbounded realm and the void realm. Chapter 57:01. Sigh. A sigh could be heard from a forbidden area in the limitless realm. It's starting again. In the westernmost area of the limitless realm, a lady in white stood on the peak of a snowy mountain. She looked up into the sky at the ancient city that was bound by chains. Another cycle. In a forbidden area of an ancient sect, an old ancestor who had been in seclusion for countless years walked out. One powerful aura after another suddenly appeared in various parts of the limitless realm. Countless peerless experts who had disappeared for countless years suddenly appeared. In an instant, the entire limitless realm was in an uproar. The sealed ancient city broke out of the seal. Spatial cracks appeared everywhere in the limitless realm. No one knew where these spatial cracks led to. Some of the spatial cracks directly connected to other worlds. In the distant past, these mysterious spatial cracks had appeared before, directly causing a huge storm that swept through the entire limitless realm. Some people were swallowed by these spatial cracks and disappeared without a trace. There were also some earth-shattering figures who entered the spatial cracks. However, none of these figures could walk out of the spatial cracks. As for the ancient cities that were sealed under the 5 polar regions, they seemed to have existed since ancient times. No one knew who built these cities or what exactly was in them. No one knew who sealed these 5 ancient cities under the 5 polar regions either. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the core areas of these cities. Even the supreme infinite primes did not dare to enter the depths of these ancient cities. The last time the ancient cities appeared, there was a powerful infinite prime who did not believe it and directly barged into the city. After that, there was no more after that. That infinite prime died immediately. This time, the ancient cities and spatial cracks appeared again. All the important figures in the limitless realm could not remain calm. At this moment, in the void realm, a figure that seemed to have existed since ancient times suddenly opened his eyes. Master is out of seclusion? Is he going to return to the void realm? Master. The moment Gu Fei opened his eyes, the most powerful figures in the void realm all looked up at the boundless sky at the same time. In the next moment, the limitless demon lord, the limitless fire spirit, the limitless artifact soul, the holy master of the chaotic heavens, the limitless snow demon, the world-suppressing artifact soul, the ancestor of all demons, and the two Black Hand the Arch and Mo-ing behind the Gathering Emperor Pavilion also arrived. However, Yin Wu, who had once been the ruler of an entire realm, had arrived late. These powerful infinite primes all appeared outside where Gu Fei cultivated in seclusion. Ever since Gu Fei defeated Limitless Emperor's clone, no one in the Void Realm was his match. He became the Void Realm's Realm Lord. In the Void Extent, he was the strongest. In the Void Realm, he had the final say. In the Void Extent, he was the master. Even his disciples were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the Void Realm. Over the years, both Long Xiaozhou and Xiao Yu's cultivation had soared. Xiao Yu's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Realm. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation had broken through to the Transcendent Emperor Realm, leaving his grandfather, the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor, in the dust. Yin Wu accepted a little brother. This little brother was Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. At this time, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone had been tortured by Yin Wu into submission. When she told him to bark like a dog, he would obediently squat on the ground and bark. It couldn't be helped. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone didn't want to die. Moreover, even if he died, these people could reconstruct his divine soul and revive him. These people were too ruthless. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Yin Wu was too bored. She had accepted Sacred Master Void Sky's clone for fun. She didn't want to be so bored. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Welcome back, Master." Gu Fei walked out slowly. The subordinates outside immediately bowed respectfully. "You're out? Is it related to that spatial crack?" Yin Wu asked directly. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. "Yes." Gu Fei nodded. At that moment, he actually sensed the fluctuations of his spiritual force in the limitless realm. In just a split second, he knew everything that his strand of consciousness had experienced in the unbounded realm. However, at the same time, he also sensed a familiar ripple of consciousness. Gu Fei had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, but only a month had passed in the limitless realm. The flow of time in these two realms was different. Actually, there was nothing strange about this. After all, every great realm had its own unique laws of heaven and earth. They were all different and unique. Given his current spiritual force cultivation, he could already sense the aura on the other side of the spatial crack. "I will leave for a period of time. Wait for me to return." After saying that, Gu Fei disappeared into the void, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. "What's going on?" Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven asked in confusion. His cultivation was not as high as Gu Fei's, so he could not sense the situation on the other side of the spatial crack at all. It was the same for the other infinite primes. Even Yin Wu, whose cultivation was on par with Gu Fei, could not sense the aura on the other side of the spatial crack. After Gu Fei disappeared, the spatial crack in the sky above the void realm disappeared. It was as if the spatial crack had never appeared. Could it be? It can't be. I seem to have missed something. The Limitless Demon Lord, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven, and the Limitless Sword Master seemed to have thought of something. The Emperor and Mo-ing were the same. They were dumbfounded again. That spatial crack seemed very familiar. They couldn't help but recall the incident they had encountered in the limitless realm back then. They had all encountered the same thing. They had been swallowed by the spatial crack that had suddenly appeared and arrived in the void realm. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had walked into the spatial crack by himself. He had also arrived in the void realm through the spatial crack. After the Limitless Demon Lord understood, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others also pounded their chests. At this moment, in the easternmost part of the limitless realm, in the territory of the East Moon Empire, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of the spatial crack above Flying Cloud City. A terrifying figure walked out of the spatial crack. This person was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky walked out of the spatial crack. This is the territory of the Limitless Emperor? Sacred Lord Void Sky was stunned after walking out of the spatial crack. She did not expect to appear in the easternmost part. The easternmost part was the territory of the Limitless Emperor. The Limitless Emperor was the #1 expert of the easternmost and the ruler of the easternmost. All forces and people in the easternmost had to submit to him. He was the supreme existence that controlled the life and death of all living beings in the easternmost area. A bunch of ants fighting? Sacred Lord Void Sky looked down from above. Everyone on the ground was an ant in her eyes. Under Sacred Lord Void Sky's aura, everyone in the Flying Cloud City lay on the ground. Only 2 people stood in the plaza in front of the City Lord's residence. They were the clones of the Fatty and Gu Fei. Even Swordmaster Dongyu was trembling on the ground. Chapter 5702. Sacred Lord Void Sky's sudden appearance stunned Gu Fei's clone. He didn't think that he would meet the enemy that almost killed his main body at this time, and in this sort of situation. Back then, this guy stabbed his main body in the back in order to break the boundary of the everlasting realm. If his main body hadn't cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, he would have died. Gu Fei's clone clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Sacred Master Void Sky, who was standing high up in the sky with a domineering expression. Gu Fei's clone clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Sacred Master Void Sky. His eyes were really red at this moment. At this moment, everyone in the entire Flying Cloud City, apart from Gu Fei's clone, and the Fatty were trembling on the ground under the terrifying pressure of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. This was the terror of an everlasting realm existence. Sacred Lord Void Sky had only unintentionally revealed a trace of his aura, but it was enough to suppress the world and make all living beings tremble. It was as if he only needed a finger to crush the sky and earth. Kid, you're quite interesting. I seem to have met you before. Sacred Lord Void Sky noticed a young man on the plaza below. This young man's aura was very similar to the person he was familiar with. However, that person definitely wouldn't appear in the everlasting realm. This was because he knew how difficult it was to break the boundary of the everlasting realm. If he hadn't met that person and used him, he wouldn't have been able to return to the everlasting realm. As for the person who was used by him, he should be completely dead. In Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes, no one could have survived that kind of situation. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't feel guilty for killing Gu Fei. He didn't feel guilty at all. In order to return to the everlasting realm, he would do anything. He would even do something to his senior brother, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. How could he do anything to Gu Fei? He only had himself. As long as he could live, it didn't matter to him whether others lived or died. This was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that Gu Fei had died completely. However, he had never imagined that Gu Fei would be able to survive in such a perilous situation. Not only that, but he had also recovered his cultivation, and it was even stronger than before. When Gu Fei's clone saw Sacred Master Void Sky, he almost couldn't help but charge forward. However, he quickly endured it because the gap between him and Sacred Master Su Tian was too great. Her opponent was like a giant dragon in the sky, while he was just an insignificant ant on the ground. A dragon's spit could drown countless ants. This was the difference between Gu Fei's clone and Sacred Master Void Sky. I must endure. This little fatty looks a little familiar. Who is Swordmaster Immeasurable to you? Sacred Lord Void Sky's gaze landed on the fatty beside Gu Fei. Immeasurable. Immeasurable. Swordmaster? Mr. Jean, the successor of the Golden Sun's sacred ground, almost fainted when he heard this. That was the founding ancestor of the Immeasurable Sword Sect. He was an infinite prime. However, the founding ancestor of the Immeasurable Sword Sect had disappeared for countless years. No one knew where he went or what he was doing. If the Swordmaster Immeasurable was still around, the entire East Pole wouldn't belong to the Immeasurable Emperor. However, even if the Swordmaster Immeasurable was missing, the Immeasurable Sword Sect was still one of the strongest superpowers in the East Pole. However, the Immeasurable Sword Sect had no choice but to submit to the Immeasurable Emperor. I don't even know what you're talking about, the fatty said in disdain. Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the sky, had a thought. In the next moment, a sword light appeared in the void and slashed at the fatty. A tiny ant dared to disrespect a giant dragon? Kill him. This was because this ant had made Sacred Lord Void Sky unhappy. This sword seemed to be able to split the sky and earth in half. This was the power of splitting open the sky. This was just a thought from Sacred Lord Void Sky. As long as he was willing, he could kill everyone in the Flying Cloud City with just a thought. This was the terror of an infinite prime. They could kill everyone with a thought. If Sacred Lord Void Sky made a move, the fatty would definitely die. However, just as the fatty was about to be sliced in half by the sword light condensed by Sacred Master Su Tian's intent, an illusory figure emerged from the fatty's body. The moment the sword light struck the phantom, it was instantly devoured and absorbed by the phantom. It was as if such a sharp sword light had never appeared before. 10,000 swords return? Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't help but be surprised. Could the immeasurable sword master's source of sword principle be on the fatty? At this moment, the shadow that suddenly emerged from Fatty's body instantly entered Fatty's body and disappeared in an instant. Sacred Lord Void Sky was moved. The immeasurable sword master's source of sword principle was good stuff. If she could obtain it, her cultivation would definitely increase by a lot. This guy really has a secret. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but look at the fatty in a different light. He could clearly feel that an extremely strong power had awakened in the fatty's body. However, this power instantly disappeared. It seemed like the fatty couldn't control this power at all. The fatty was calm. Even in the face of an infinite prime, he was still as calm as an old dog. You're awesome. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but give the fatty a thumbs up. The guy in the sky was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Little guy, come here. Sacred Lord Void Sky reached out with her right hand and grabbed the fatty below. It was as if the fatty had been grabbed by an invisible hand and was sent flying towards Sacred Lord Su Tian. Old man, don't you have any shame? The fatty scolded. This guy was an amazing infinite prime, but he actually dared to bully a junior. This wasn't something to be proud of. It was simply beneath his status. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't care about face, identity, or status. As long as it was beneficial to him, Sacred Lord Void Sky would do it. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't say anything, but her eyes became as cold as lightning. He grabbed Fatty's neck and lifted him up in his hand. As expected, haha, the immeasurable old ghost source of Sword Tao is actually on you. Sacred Lord Void Sky felt great. So what if it's on me? Can you take it away? The fatty mocked. However, the fatty immediately felt that something was wrong. Sacred Lord Su Tian grabbed the fatty's neck with her left hand, and the fingers of her right hand clasped onto the fatty's head. A ball of divine light that emitted a terrifying wave of sword wei immediately appeared on the top of the fatty's head. It was about to be forcibly taken away. Ha! Sacred Lord Void Sky laughed arrogantly. How is this possible? The fatty was stunned. The opponent's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. She could actually take away the source of Sword Tao in his body. However, just as Sacred Lord Void Sky was about to succeed, a fist suddenly appeared and smashed onto Sacred Lord Void Sky's face. Chapter 5703. The fatty didn't believe that this fella who had just walked out of the spatial crack would be able to take away the Sword Tao source in his body. However, when Sacred Lord Void Sky tried to take away his Sword Tao source, he realized that he had severely underestimated this fella. Sacred Lord Void Sky immediately took control of the fatty's Sword Tao source. The Sword Tao source, which contained boundless Sword Tao energy, appeared above the plate's head and was about to be devoured by Sacred Lord Void Sky. The fatty was both shocked and furious. At this moment, he was completely restrained by Sacred Lord Void Sky's power. He couldn't even move a finger. I'm really done for this time. The fatty was in despair. He didn't want to lose his Sword Tao source, nor did he want to die. If he lost the protection of the Sword Tao source, the fatty would be instantly killed by Sacred Lord Void Sky's aura. The presence of an infinite prime had reached an unimaginable level. With the fatty's cultivation, it was impossible for him to endure such pressure. However, at this critical moment, a fist suddenly appeared without any warning and smashed into Sacred Master Su Tian's face. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Sacred Lord Void Sky's face caved in. Bam! With a muffled sound, Sacred Master Su Tian let go of the fatty and was sent flying thousands of miles away. Boom! She smashed through a mountain peak, and then another boom. She smashed through a second mountain peak. After smashing through 8 mountains, Sacred Master Void Sky finally stopped retreating. She was instantly buried by the rubble and sand from the countless mountains that had been blasted apart. Is this all you've got? A figure seemed to walk out of the void and directly appeared in front of everyone. It was a masked man in black clothes. Since he was masked, it meant that he didn't want to be recognized. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you. The fatty bowed to the masked man with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's clone stared at the masked man in black. He knew who it was because he had a soul connection with this person. Why would my main body appear here? Could it be that my main body has found the passageway or method to enter the limitless realm? Gu Fei's clone was pleasantly surprised. With the arrival of his main body, he didn't care about anyone other than the beginning extreme the arch. In other words, with the arrival of the main body, there was no longer any reason for him to continue existing as a clone. At this moment, in the void of Gu Fei's clone sea of consciousness, Wang Zhan's spirit was still undergoing all sorts of tempering. His spirit was gradually becoming stronger. Moreover, even though he was cultivating in the form of his soul, it was extremely real. It was no different from personally experiencing it. Only a powerful soul could control a powerful Taoist body. Gu Fei's clone had been training Wang Zhan, allowing him to control his own body. Roar! Wang Zhan's divine soul was in an endless mountain forest. He stood on a huge beast and roared towards the sky. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the surrounding forest, the roars of countless beasts could be heard. Huge silhouettes charged towards Wang Zhan's divine soul from all directions. This scene was created by Gu Fei's clone in the Sea of Consciousness. This place was like a real great world. Looks like it's time to return your body to you. A voice rang out in the vast Sea of Consciousness. Master, I don't think I'm strong enough. I hope I can continue cultivating here. Wang Zhan said loudly. If you can pass the final test, you will be qualified to be my disciple. The voice continued. At this moment, powerful silhouettes charged towards Wang Zhan from all directions. Every silhouette was extremely powerful. They were the terrifying beasts in the forest. A total of 12 wild beasts instantly arrived at Wang Zhan's location and pounced towards him at the same time. All of them were ferocious and terrifying to the extreme. Ha ha ha! Come on, all of you! Wang Zhan roared and leaped towards one of the wild beasts. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a terrifying wild beast. A great battle broke out. This was Wang Zhan's last battle in the Sea of Consciousness. If he defeated these 12 beasts, he would become Gu Fei's disciple. If he lost, he would not be qualified to become Gu Fei's disciple. However, Gu Fei would return Wang Zhan's Taoist body to him. Perhaps he would even impart a few unique techniques to him. From then on, Gu Fei would have nothing to do with him. However, Wang Zhan had to become Gu Fei's disciple. This was because he knew what he wanted. Only by becoming Gu Fei's disciple would he be able to obtain what he wanted. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become so strong that he could obtain everything he wanted with his own 2 hands. In the limitless realm, only the strong would be respected. Therefore, he had to defeat these 12 beasts. He had to defeat them. He had to defeat them. Wang Zhan attacked crazily and directly twisted the head of one of the beasts. However, his left shoulder was bitten by another beast, and a piece of flesh was torn off. Blood flowed everywhere. Although he was in the form of a spirit, he could still feel pain. It was as if he was really fighting with a beast of flesh and blood. The scene was extremely realistic. Bang! He directly punched the beast and sent it flying. However, the other beasts had already pounced on him. Soon, he was drowned by the figures of those beasts. Meanwhile, in the outside world, roar! An angry roar came from thousands of miles away. A terrifying sound wave mixed with a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Wherever the sound wave passed, everything was destroyed. This destructive power was terrifying to the extreme. Mountain peaks were directly turned into ashes, and the powerful creatures in the mountain ridges were instantly destroyed in body and soul. The destructive power directly swept towards the Flying Cloud City. There were countless humans in the Flying Cloud City. If they were affected by this destructive power, the entire Flying Cloud City would be instantly turned into ashes. Sacred Lord Sutian was really angry. The black-clothed masked man in the sky couldn't help but frown when he saw this. At this moment, the energy storm was rapidly approaching the Flying Cloud City. The black-clothed masked man waved his right hand. A large seal immediately flew out from his hand and directly floated in the sky above the Flying Cloud City. An extreme Tao-level power surged down from the seal and enveloped the entire Flying Cloud City in an instant. Rumble. The mighty destructive storm directly collided with the protective shield formed by the power of the extreme level of the seal. The entire shield started to shake. The destructive storm was actually blocked. In just a few breaths' time, the area within thousands of miles became a land of silence. All life was wiped out, and billions of living creatures were directly killed. Within thousands of miles, billions of living creatures were all ants. Of course, the Flying Cloud City was an exception. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. Could it be that the limitless emperor has arrived? In the city, the fatty who had escaped from Sacred Lord Sutian stared at the black-clothed masked man in the sky and muttered to himself. Chapter 5704. That's right, Gu Fei had come. However, he didn't want Sacred Master Void Sky to know that he had come to the Unbounded Realm. After all, he didn't understand the situation of the Unbounded Realm at all. However, he knew that the waters of the Unbounded Realm were deeper than those of any other world. After all, this was the Unbounded Realm. After all, the Unbounded Realm was the largest and most perfect world among all the great realms. After all, the life forms that were born in this supreme world would definitely be extremely powerful. After all, this was a legendary world where there was no death. Of course, there was no death here because all the life forms in the Unbounded Realm had extremely long lifespans. As long as they didn't court death, they would be able to live on forever. However, this so-called immortality seemed to have changed. As the ancient city that had been sealed in the five extremes broke free, the life forms in the vicinity of the ancient city started to die of old age. This caused panic in the Unbounded Realm. After all, 4 billions of years, all the life forms in the Unbounded Realm had thought that they had an endless lifespan. Although they would grow in age, they wouldn't die. To be more precise, they wouldn't die naturally. However, people were actually dying of old age in the Unbounded Realm now. This made all the life forms in the Unbounded Realm extremely afraid. Many people believed that a force was breaking the balance of the Unbounded Realm. Even the super antiques couldn't sit still anymore. Gu Fei, who had just arrived, did not know that the limitless realm was currently undergoing an unprecedented change. The moment he arrived in the limitless realm, he was shocked by how different this world was. The laws of the Unbounded Realm were very strange. They didn't suppress the cultivation of an outsider like him. Moreover, the laws of the Unbounded Realm didn't seem to be singular. This was interesting. This was something that Gu Fei had never encountered before. He had been to many great realms in the past, and the laws of those great realms were unique. However, this wasn't the case in the Unbounded Realm. This exceeded Gu Fei's understanding. Arg, who the hell are you? At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei's fist, roared as she shot into the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from his body swept across the sky and the earth. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever this energy storm passed, it destroyed everything. Countless living beings were killed in body and soul, and even a thick layer of the ground was shaved off. Gu Fei immediately used the Chaos Seal to protect the Flying Cloud City below. As the energy storm swept past, the mountains near Flying Cloud City were directly turned into ashes. The ground sank thousands of feet. All living creatures died. This energy storm swept through the surrounding area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Billions of living beings were turned into ashes, and billions of areas became forbidden zones for living beings. In this region of hundreds of thousands of miles, there stood a lonely ancient city. Flying Cloud City instantly looked like being in the clouds. The surrounding mountains and woods had all disappeared. Half a mile away from the city wall, there was a 1,000-zhang high cliff. This square seal, how is this possible? Sacred Lord Void Sky stared at the seal floating in the air and was shocked. Wasn't this the boundless Tao treasure that Gu Fei had refined? Why was it in this person's hands? Sacred Lord Void Sky activated his mystic arts, and Tao patterns interweaved in his eyes. He wanted to see through the source of this black-robed man. However, he was disappointed. Even if he activated his mystic arts with all his might, the other party's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see anything at all. Sacred Lord Void Sky's expression changed. However, he did not think that Gu Fei would be able to survive in such a situation where death was certain. This fellow couldn't be Gu Fei. Back then, Sacred Lord Void Sky had stabbed Gu Fei in the back in order to break through the realm wall of the boundless realm. She had squeezed out all of Gu Fei's energy. If he could survive like that, then he must have seen a ghost. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly put up a fist. In the next moment, his aura changed drastically. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, and even the void shook. If one looked closely, they could see that countless hair-thin spatial cracks had appeared in the void around him. At this moment, everyone in the Flying Cloud City looked at the two terrifying figures in the sky in fear. It was everyone's first time seeing such supreme existences. It was also everyone's first time seeing the terror of such supreme existences. This was truly the annihilation of all lives with a single thought. This was also the reason why infinite primes didn't make a move easily. Once such existences started fighting, the consequences would be very severe. This was because the destructive power of such existences was just too shocking. Other than Gu Fei's doppelganger and the fatty, everyone else was trembling in fear. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Dongyue Shuai, Dongyue Yuanliang, and the other members of the Dongyue royal family also became extremely insignificant at this moment. In the eyes of Sacred Lord Void Sky, these people were all ants. Is this the legendary infinite primes? Dongyue Shuai lay on the ground beside Gu Fei's clone and said with a trembling voice, "It's too terrifying." Dongyue Yuanliang stuttered. Even Mr. Jean was speechless at this moment. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the suppression. On the contrary, the commoners in the city who didn't have any cultivation were the least affected. Go to hell. Feeling the pressure from Gu Fei, Sacred Lord Void Sky actually felt uneasy like never before. This feeling made him very unhappy. Sacred Lord Void Sky directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook under Sacred Lord Void Sky's fist. Pitch-black spatial cracks instantly extended from his fist, like bolts of black lightning wreaking havoc in all directions. The ground was directly swept by a spatial crack, and a bottomless abyss thousands of kilometers long appeared on the ground. Several spatial cracks rushed towards Gu Fei. Everyone was stunned. The power of this punch could simply be described as apocalyptic. Even space itself was almost destroyed. The moment these spatial cracks got close to Gu Fei, they directly disappeared into the void as if they were never there in the first place. The powerful fist force surged towards Gu Fei. Such a powerful fist force seemed to be able to crush everything. However, Gu Fei still maintained his stance and had no intention of attacking at all. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Sacred Lord Void Sky's powerful fist force actually disappeared in an instant. It completely disappeared. How is this possible? Sacred Master Su Tian's shock was not small at all. At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared silently in the distant sky. Chapter 5705. Gu Fei had come. He had hidden his identity, so Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't recognize him. Sacred Lord Su Tian was stunned by Gu Fei's punch, and he was enraged. He punched out at Gu Fei, and the violent fist energy shook the heavens and earth. Even the sky cracked under Sacred Lord Su Tian's fist. Pitch black, spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning bolts, destroying everything in their path. However, all the terrifying destructive power disappeared the moment it touched Gu Fei's body. It disappeared without a trace, which made Sacred Lord Su Tian extremely shocked. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Su Tian couldn't believe it. He was a peak infinite prime, but someone could easily dissolve his fist force. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, the aura of an infinite prime filled the sky. All living beings trembled under this supreme pressure. They were extremely terrified. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just threw a punch at Sacred Lord Su Tian. This punch looked very ordinary, but all the power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by Gu Fei's punch and gathered on his fist. Boom! The air shook, and spatial cracks appeared once more. The number of spatial cracks that appeared this time was much more than the number of spatial cracks that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created with that punch. This was an invincible punch that pressed forward with an indomitable will. How dare you! Sacred Lord Su Tian roared and attacked crazily. Endless infinite prime power exploded from his body. Countless Tao patterns appeared in the sky. Every Tao pattern gave off a brilliant light of the Great Path. This was the supreme power of an infinite prime. Countless Tao patterns intertwined to form a huge palm that smashed at Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with Sacred Lord Su Tian's palm of the Great Path. A thunderclap reverberated high up in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. A destructive aura descended from the sky. Even Flying Cloud City, which was protected by the boundless chaos seal, was shaken by the energy wave that erupted. The entire Flying Cloud City began to shake. Countless people in the city were terrified to the extreme. If it wasn't for the boundless chaos seal that protected the entire Flying Cloud City, the entire city would have been turned into ashes and everyone in the city would have perished. Buzz! Above the Flying Cloud City, the boundless primal chaos seal was vibrating. An even more powerful energy wave was emitted from the seal, blocking the energy storm. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness that Gu Fei's clone had evolved, a bloodied man was standing on top of a pile of savage beast corpses in a boundless forest. There were wounds all over his body, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. His left arm hung limply, and blood dripped onto the ground. Wang Zhan stood shakily, as if he could fall at any time. However, he did not fall. I didn't fall. Did I win? Did I pass? Wang Zhan raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. You passed. You are qualified to be my disciple. After a while, a voice rang in Wang Zhan's mind. The next moment, Wang Zhan felt the scenery around him change rapidly. Then, he realized that he was standing in a public square, and the people around him were lying on the ground, trembling. Only a fatty was standing next to him. He saw that the fatty was looking up at the sky, so he also looked up. Wang Zhan exclaimed as soon as his divine telekinesis left his body. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he almost fell to the ground as well. The mighty pressure from the two figures in the sky caused his soul to tremble. All right, I'll return your body to you. Gu Fei's divine telekinesis voice rang in Wang Zhan's mind. Thank you, Master. Wang Zhan was extremely excited. He was very surprised that his master had returned him a divine-level Taoist body. Would he be able to control this power? He was a little worried, but he quickly calmed down. If he could not even do this, how could he become a formidable person? Wang Zhan quickly adjusted his mentality. Brother, I'm scared with you there. At this moment, a voice came from the carriage in the distance. Sister? Wang Zhan rushed forward and opened the door of the carriage. He saw his sister and mother hugging each other and trembling. They were clearly scared out of their wits. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Wang Zhan immediately felt relieved when he saw his mother and sister. As long as his mother and sister were fine, good days were coming. As long as they reached the East Moon royal capital, they would no longer have to live in fear. He was very confident in the master he had just become. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Two figures were sent flying high up in the sky. Terrifying black spatial cracks appeared in the sky and spread into the distance. The two supreme cultivators had finally started fighting. This is my goal. Wang Zhan looked at the battle in the sky and felt his blood boil, shattering the void with a flick of a finger and destroying the universe with a raise of a palm. Such an existence was his goal of cultivation. He also wanted to become such a supreme existence. You're quite ambitious. At this moment, the fatty came to Wang Zhan's side. At this moment, a piece of memory suddenly appeared in Wang Zhan's mind. Then, he knew everything that had happened in the past few days. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's consciousness was still attached to Wang Zhan's body. If Gu Fei's consciousness wanted to return to his body, he would have to wait for Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky to finish. This was because the ultimate chaos seal had already sealed the entire flying cloud city. What's the difference between a person without ambition and a salted fish? Wang Zhan glanced at the fatty and said, you seem to make a lot of sense. The fatty was stunned when he heard this. Bam! Boom! Shocking sounds came from the sky. The fatty and Wang Zhan were attracted by the battle in the sky. However, Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky's speed was simply too fast. With their current cultivation, if Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't stop, they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of their shadows. High up in the sky, the two figures suddenly stopped. Who are you? Sacred Lord Void Sky was about to go crazy. His nose had collapsed, his eyes were swollen, and all his teeth had been knocked out. He had basically been beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei. Sacred Lord Void Sky, who was originally a peerless expert, was now in a very bad state. Moreover, what made Sacred Lord Void Sky so depressed was that he did not know who had beaten him into a pig's head. My dog-beating fist technique is not bad, right? Gu Fei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Dog-beating. PFFF. Chapter 5706. Sacred Lord Void Sky spat out a mouthful of blood because of Gu Fei. He had never imagined that someone in the unbounded realm could defeat him. How was this possible? His cultivation state had already broken through to the peak of the peerless state. This was the peak of the peerless state. Sacred Lord Void Sky had originally been very confident, but now he had lost his confidence after being beaten up by Gu Fei. He had thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the unbounded realm after returning, but reality was very cruel. There were now 5 big shots in the unbounded realm. Every single one of them was at least as strong as him. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky went into hiding after returning to the unbounded realm. He had been away from the unbounded realm for a long time, so he would not make a move before he understood the situation in the unbounded realm. Moreover, no one knew how many unbounded primes were hiding in the unbounded realm. These super antiques were the strongest and scariest. The 5 extreme emperors were only experts of one realm on the surface. Sacred Lord Void Sky only made a move after spending a lot of time to understand the situation in the unbounded realm. He returned to his previous sect, but it had disappeared a long time ago. The original location of his sect had become a dangerous place that no one dared to set foot in. Sacred Lord Void Sky was shocked to see a huge palm print when he looked down at his sect. His sect was actually annihilated by a single palm strike. The person who had destroyed Sacred Lord Void Sky's sect was the Extreme East Emperor, the Extreme Beginning Emperor. The reason Sacred Lord Void Sky came to the East Pole was to find the limitless Extreme Emperor for revenge. He had wanted to challenge the Extreme East Emperor for a long time. This was the reason he had made a move. He had to take revenge for the destruction of his sect. Unfortunately, he had met Gu Fei the moment he broke through the void and appeared in the extreme east. Gu Fei had changed his aura and covered his face. Sacred Lord Void Sky had no idea that he was still alive. After all, there was no way that Gu Fei could have survived in the past. I'm going to kill you. Sacred Lord Su Tian was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei, and this made him go crazy. He roared and leapt at Gu Fei with a savage expression. Just as he was about to pounce on Gu Fei, his figure suddenly became blurry. Then, countless black shadows appeared in the void and surrounded Gu Fei in an instant. Kill. Countless black shadows roared and attacked Gu Fei at the same time. It was as if there were countless sacred Lord Void Heavens attacking Gu Fei from all directions, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Only the sword reigned supreme. Gu Fei's body shook. In the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Sword lights rushed out from every pore on his body. Countless sword lights shot out from Gu Fei's body and pierced through Sacred Master Su Tian's shadow that was coming from all directions. In an instant, all of Sacred Lord Void Sky's shadows were pierced by the sword lights and disappeared in the void. Sword Path, Sacred Lord Void Sky's real body was already close to Gu Fei, but the sword lights that rushed out from Gu Fei's body pierced through it. He had no choice but to retreat. This was because an even stronger sword path power had exploded from Gu Fei's body. The bright sword lights lit up the entire sky. The sword lights connected the sky and the ground, piercing through the sky. The terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. This Sacred Lord Void Sky was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back. Luckily, he had retreated quickly. Otherwise, if he had been hit by the sword wave, even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Buzz. The void vibrated, and the sword wave was vast. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the void. At this moment, the infinite-grade sword source power in the fatty's body actually started to vibrate as if it was going to rush out of his body. "Could you be the infinite sword master?" Sacred Lord Void Sky exclaimed. In the infinite realm, there weren't many supreme existences who were number one in the sword path. In the distant past, the number of people who could comprehend the way of the sword and reach infinite prime could be counted on one hand. The infinite sword master, who had created the infinite sword sect, was one of them. The other was the infinite sword master, who was also a sword maniac. However, these two people had disappeared one after the other. No one knew where they went, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Apart from the two supreme infinite primes, there was only the one from the Gu family who possessed the laws of the sword in the infinite world. The Gu family was a cultivation family that had existed for countless years. It was also one of the most ancient families in the infinite realm. Furthermore, it was a hidden family that wouldn't appear in front of everyone. However, no one had dared to look down on the Gu family since ancient times. This was because those who looked down on the Gu family were all killed by the Gu family. That person from the Gu family definitely wouldn't appear in the East Pole. This was because the area where the Gu family was located was in big trouble. The Gu family didn't have the time to care about anything else. The dazzling sword light suddenly disappeared as if it had never been there. All the power of the sword path had been perfectly absorbed by Gu Fei into his body. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. "You win." Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't even think before tearing open space and stepping into the crack in space. She instantly disappeared. Gu Fei didn't chase after him. He was just collecting some interest from Sacred Lord Void Sky today. Wouldn't it be too easy for him to kill this guy so easily? The other reason why Gu Fei didn't chase after Sacred Lord Void Sky was because he sensed the figure in the sky. It was an existence that made even Gu Fei feel threatened. "Fellow Taoist, you're very skilled." At this moment, the person in the sky suddenly spoke. "You're not bad yourself. You were watching from the side and I didn't notice you immediately." "Impressive." Gu Fei said to the figure in the sky. "I am the Limitless Emperor. Taoist, would you give me face and come to my place for a drink?" The figure said. "What?" Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't think that he would meet Sacred Lord Void Sky and the Limitless Emperor as soon as he arrived in the Limitless Realm. "You are the Limitless Emperor?" Gu Fei was stunned. He killed one of the clones of the Limitless Emperor. The Limitless Emperor didn't even know that Gu Fei was the one who killed his clone. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he still looked as calm as a primordial divine mountain. This was because the beginning Extreme Emperor did not know that it was Gu Fei who had killed his clone that had gone to the lower realm with much difficulty. Sending an incarnation out of the limitless realm was definitely not an easy task. "What? Taoist, are you not going to give me face?" The Limitless Emperor said calmly. "Sure." Gu Fei said. "Haha, please." Chapter 5707. Gu Fei's real body came to the boundless realm and beat up Sacred Lord Void Sky, alerting the Boundless Emperor. The Boundless Emperor didn't know that it was Gu Fei who had destroyed his clone. Otherwise, the Boundless Emperor wouldn't have been so polite to Gu Fei. Gu Fei gladly accepted the Boundless Emperor's invitation. The 5 extreme emperors of the Boundless Realm were all ruthless people. Any one of them was an ancient being. They didn't rely on luck to become extreme emperors. Gu Fei's current cultivation had already broken through to the extreme Earth Realm. 1,000 years ago, he was at the pinnacle of the extreme mortal realm. After coming to the limitless realm, his cultivation had finally reached the point where it flowed naturally. Without any obstruction, he directly broke through to the beginner level of the extreme Earth Realm. The peak of the Boundless Realm referred to the peak of the extreme mortal realm. The Boundless Realm was split into the extreme mortal realm, extreme Earth Realm, extreme Heaven Realm, extreme Sage Realm, extreme Emperor Realm, and Ultimate Realm. Each realm was further split into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. Sacred Lord Void Sky had also reached the extreme Earth Realm, but she still couldn't beat Gu Fei. Although the Boundless Emperor wasn't a true extreme Emperor realm, he was still a very strong person in the extreme Heaven Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an extreme emperor and rule over the entire extreme East Realm. The difference between Gu Fei and the Boundless Emperor wasn't small. However, he could see the Boundless Emperor's cultivation level, but the Boundless Emperor couldn't. This was why the Boundless Emperor was so careful. One had to know that this guy had just beaten an extreme Earth Realm cultivator away. To be able to beat an extreme Earth Realm cultivator away, one had to be at least at the peak of the extreme Earth Realm. This was why the Boundless Emperor thought so highly of Gu Fei. However, he didn't expect that Gu Fei was only at the initial stage of the extreme Earth Realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that she was strong enough to do whatever she wanted in the Boundless Realm. She believed that her cultivation level was the strongest in the Boundless Realm. But the truth was that he had been slapped in the face by Gu Fei. It was no wonder that Sacred Lord Su Tian felt that he was already standing at the peak of the limitless realm with his cultivation. However, that was something that happened countless years ago. Countless years had passed, and the power structure of the limitless realm had already changed. In particular, there were quite a few super old-timers who had broken through to the legendary Extreme Heaven stage. Before Sacred Lord Void Sky left the Infinite Realm, the Extreme Earth Realm was the strongest existence in the Infinite Realm. It was the highest realm that an infinite prime could reach, the peak of cultivation. Thus, Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that he was very powerful. However, who would have thought that there were plenty of antiques in the everlasting realm that could beat him like a dog? Who the hell is that guy? Sacred Lord Void Sky immediately ran out of the easternmost region. He was like a dog that had lost its home and didn't dare to stay. However, he couldn't figure out who had defeated him no matter how hard he racked his brain. Gu Fei did not reveal his true identity. I don't care who he is. Just wait till I get my hands on that thing. Humph. Everyone who offends me will die. Sacred Lord Void Sky said through gritted teeth. Swoosh. His figure disappeared into the void again. When he reappeared, he was already billions of miles away. This was the power of infinite primes. They could traverse hundreds of millions of kilometers with a single thought. In the infinite realm, there was no teleportation array that could match the speed of an infinite prime. Moreover, no one was willing to spend so much effort to create an infinite prime teleportation array. One had to know that activating an infinite prime teleportation array would require a huge amount of energy. This wasn't something that ordinary sects could afford. Sacred Lord Void Sky headed straight for the North Pole of the infinite realm. He wanted to obtain an item that would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the infinite realm. With this item, even the 5 extreme emperors would have to obediently submit to him. If they didn't submit, he would destroy them all. While Sacred Lord Void Sky was heading to the North Pole, Gu Fei was invited to the Extreme Emperor's palace by the Extreme Emperor's invitation. After passing through the light gate formed by a layer of restrictive spells, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up. What he saw was a divine mountain surrounded by spiritual energy floating in the void. On every divine mountain, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were celestial birds flying in the sky, and celestial beasts roamed the mountains from time to time. Many powerful auras radiated from every sacred mountain. It was obvious that there were experts cultivating on every sacred mountain. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. One could see spirit chi flickering in the air at any time. The sacred mountains, in particular, were surrounded by spirit chi. This was a true blessed land. Taoist, you must have gathered all the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the entire East Pole here, right? Gu Fei exclaimed. Taoist, you have good eyes. This place is definitely the #1 holy land in the East Pole. The extreme emperor smiled. He was a little proud. He had managed this place for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to reach this scale. It truly lives up to its name. Gu Fei nodded. To have such a holy land, it was no wonder the extreme emperor could become the ruler of the East Pole. With his background, wouldn't it be child's play for him to train countless loyal subordinates? One should know that in a place like this where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was concentrated, even a pig that was thrown here could become an immortal after some time. Actually, at the extreme emperor's place, spiritual objects would occasionally develop intelligence and transform into human forms. The 13th disciple of the extreme emperor was a celestial stone. Welcome back, master. Just then, a group of people came from afar. These people were wearing immortal robes and had star crowns on their heads. Every single one of them was surrounded by immortal chi, and the heavenly light of the great path appeared behind their heads. Every movement they made was extraordinary. The two people at the front were a man and a woman. The man was extremely handsome while the woman's beauty was out of the world. Of course, in the cultivation world, as long as one was successful in cultivation, not many would be ugly. Everyone was handsome and beautiful. The reason was very simple. Those who were successful in their cultivation could change their appearance at will, and naturally, everyone liked beautiful things. No matter where you were, appearance was very important. Everyone wanted to be beautiful. Come, let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Yuan Gu. This is my second disciple, Lingxi. This is, the extreme emperor introduced them one by one. Of his 13 disciples, 5 were here. The others were not in the extreme emperor's sacred ground. Yuan Gu? When Gu Fei heard this name, he was shocked. His eyes sparkled. He was not unfamiliar with this name. Wasn't the Heaven Realm's Eastern Emperor Xian called Yuan Gu? Was there a connection between the two? Heaven Realm's Eastern Emperor Xian Yuan Gu was the most mysterious existence in the Heaven Realm. Even today, Gu Fei did not know what this Eastern Emperor Xian looked like. Gu Fei's gaze fell on Yuan Gu. This person was the first disciple of the Extreme Emperor. He was also very powerful, a half-step unbounded being. However, this person was in the unbounded realm. It was impossible for him to appear in the Heaven Realm. However, nothing was absolute. Weren't Sacred Lord Void Sky, Sacred Lord Chaotic Sky, Sword Master Wuji, and Demon Master Wuji from the unbounded realm? Didn't they appear in the lower realm? Friend, please follow me. After the introduction, the Extreme Emperor brought Gu Fei to the Extreme Emperor Palace. Chapter 5708. When Gu Fei's main body went to the Extreme Emperor Palace, the people in Flying Cloud City were troubled. They discovered that they were trapped in Flying Cloud City. The city was surrounded by cliffs thousands of meters high. It was impossible for ordinary people to leave Flying Cloud City. Of course, that was except for those Earth-rank cultivators who could soar and fly in the sky. Because Earth-rank cultivators could control the spiritual chi of the world and fly in the sky, they could naturally enter and leave Flying Cloud City freely. The problem was that there were not many people in Flying Cloud City who could cultivate above the Earth rank. In other words, most people were trapped in Flying Cloud City. This was the result of the battle between Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky. Moreover, Gu Fei had not taken away the seal of chaos floating above Flying Cloud City. That was to guard against Sacred Lord Void Sky. That guy was despicable. At this moment, the city lord of Flying Cloud City, Chen Outyan, was released. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean became prisoners and were directly thrown into a prison carriage. Dongyue Shui directly controlled the entire Flying Cloud City. Fatty and Wang Zhan were even more valued by Dongyue Shuer. Right now, Dongyue Shuer was doing her best to curry favor with the two of them. Both of them were people from the heavens. As long as she could cling onto their thighs, it would not be difficult for her to even become the empress of the Dongyue Empire. Especially Fatty. He was someone who did not even care about first-rate forces like the Shade Mountain Sacred Ground and the Golden Sun Sacred Ground. The battle prowess that Wang Zhan displayed was also worthy of Dongyue Shuer's favor. One should know that Wang Zhan was currently at the early divine level. He was someone who could do whatever he wanted in the East Moon Empire. Even in the East Moon Imperial capital, the East Moon Imperial Lord had to personally receive him. In the Endless Realm, only the strong were worthy of respect. Fatty was even more unfathomable. Your Highness, what should we do? Chen Outyin, the city lord of Flying Cloud City, asked Dongyue Shuer, who sat on the throne in the main hall of the city lord's residence. The current Feiyun city had really become an isolated city. They had already gone out to investigate. With Flying Cloud City as the center, the area within a radius of over 100,000 miles had become a dead land. There was no sign of life in this area. Even if ordinary people could leave the Flying Cloud City, they would not be able to walk out of this desolate land which covered over 100,000 miles. It seemed impossible for them to escort the Overlord War Immortal back to the East Moon Imperial capital. Let's travel light. Dongyue Shuer glanced at the people in the hall and said indifferently. At this moment, she had subdued the guests that Dongyue Yuanliang brought, greatly increasing her strength. Furthermore, even Swordmaster Dongyue was scared out of his wits and fled without a trace. Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Su Tian naturally would not take a mere Swordmaster Dongyu seriously. After the Battle of the Infinite Powers, Swordmaster Dongyu immediately fled. Gu Fei's strand of spiritual sense was still on Wang Zhan. Now that Wang Zhan had passed the test, he could be considered the first disciple that Gu Fei had accepted in the Infinite Realm. Although this person's talent was not very impressive, it was not impossible to nurture him. Back when Gu Fei was in the Taishan sect, he was seen as trash by his peers and bullied by everyone. However, Gu Fei, that trash, had made it all the way to this day and become an infinite martial exalt. As for those who had mocked and bullied him back then, they had all died a long time ago. Not many of those people had survived until now. In Gu Fei's opinion, talent was important, but the most important thing was one's temperament. How could a person who did not have confidence in himself become an expert? If one's talent was not enough, one could make up for it with hard work. It was impossible to return to the East Moon Imperial capital in style. He could only bring those who could fly and escort the Overlord War Immortal back to the Imperial capital. If he wanted to show off a little, it was not impossible. Wasn't there a city 15 kilometers away from the East Moon Royal capital? If he stayed in Fallen Moon City for a day, wouldn't a single word from Dongyue Shuer be enough to do whatever he wanted? Thinking of this, Dongyue Shuer's mood improved again. Get ready. We'll leave this place immediately. City Lord Qin, after I leave, Flying Cloud City will depend on you. Dongyue Shuer said to Chen Outyin. Your Highness, this. Chen Outyin was depressed. Flying Cloud City had become an isolated city. There were more than 100,000 people in the city, and it was a huge problem to feed them. This was because they could not find any food around Flying Cloud City. Once the food in the city was depleted, the consequences would be unimaginable. I know what you're worried about. How about this? I'll send a message to the imperial capital and ask my father to send people to help you. Dongyue Shuer said after a moment of silence. Then I thank your highness on behalf of the people in the city. Chen Outyin heaved a sigh of relief. The closest city to Flying Cloud City had already been reduced to ashes, and the nearest city was more than 100,000 li away. If they did not receive help, Flying Cloud City would probably become a place even more terrifying than hell. Soon, Dongyue Shuer and the rest were ready to set off in the square in front of the city lord's mansion. This time, less than 200 people would follow Dongyue Shuer out of Flying Cloud City. Wang Zhan, his mother, and sister would naturally follow Dongyue Shuer back to the imperial capital, followed by Dongyue Yuanliang's hanger-ons. These people were all experts, so flying in the air was a piece of cake for them. Your Highness, what about these prisoners? Dragon Elephant Barbarian glanced at the dozen sword cultivators, and the big guy. These were the people they caught along the way to rescue the prisoners. These people all knelt on the ground, including the hegemonic young lord of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. Hegemonic War God was still locked in the prisoner carriage. Dongyue Shuer had locked Hegemonic War God, Dongyue Yuanliang, and Mr. Jean together. Apart from the three in the carriage, kill the rest, Dongyue Shuer ordered. What? Dongyue Shuer, you dare to kill me? I'm a young lord of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. If you dare to kill me, my brother will not let you off. Hearing that Dongyue Shuer wanted to kill him, Hegemonic Young Lord immediately exploded. He did not want to die, so he roared at Dongyue Shuer. Who do you think you are? I don't dare to kill you? Haha, what a joke. I'll kill you right now. What can you do to me? Dongyue Shuer said as she took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Hegemonic Young Lord. She then kicked him to the ground and stomped on his chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking came from Hegemonic Young Lord's body. Dongyue Shuer did not show any mercy, breaking a few of Hegemonic Young Lord's ribs with a single stomp. Hegemonic Young Lord coughed out blood continuously. You. Hegemonic Young Lord stared at Dongyue Shuer. If looks could kill, Shuer would have died countless times over. I'll send you on your way. Dongyue Shuer did not hesitate and stomped down with her right foot. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.